entrepreneurship. I've been an entrepreneur for at least 20 years. I started entrepreneurship in 2003 when I published a book on probably computational science for Visual Basic then. So been driving this and then start thinking of how do we drive entrepreneurship. I've had the privilege to actually work internationally I work for Shell and also led research for Shell International in over 20 countries, driving research and development before resigning to actually set up a Cypher Crescent to drive innovation. So to look at where to start with, I can confirm you can hear me.
Yes, we can all hear you. The over 150 people here online can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Yes, you can hear me. All right. So the slide I'm showing now is just a reflection to actually help us appreciate what we are doing and why this conference is important to Africa and important to Nigeria. So just reflecting on the innovative countries around the world, they are ranking around the world. You can see Switzerland, we can see Sweden. You can also see, I stayed in Netherlands for about 4 or 5 years while working in Chile, a very small country, probably about a population of less than 10% of our own of our population driving innovation. So it's seen as a key innovative country. A key takeaway from this slide is that there's no African country. There's no African country around the top 10 if we want to look at innovation around the world. And these countries actually, it's not about the size of the country or the size of the country. It's about how deliberate are we in innovation and what do you need? You need things around strong institutions, strong infrastructure, around creativity, and of course, market solutions that will pick up that to drive innovation. So we don't have that in Africa. And probably this conference will help us to be deliberate on how to create that and see how we can be more innovative. And coming back to Africa, I'm sure this might also surprise some of us here in Nigeria, that if you look at the 10 most innovative countries in Africa, Nigeria is not there. And the key question we ask, why are we not there? Not by the size. Probably some persons, some school of thoughts are saying that probably we are actually not documenting our innovation enough. A lot of persons are not doing innovation. So how true is that? Some persons actually say we're not deliberate about innovation because, of course, you see South Africa, top there, Mauritius, top there, Morocco, top there. They are doing a lot of things in Egypt, top out there looking at international university being driven by a couple of universities in Egypt. And so what are we doing in Nigeria? So this reflection, this actually may actually reflect the state of innovation in Nigeria. That we need to do more to actually do that. To do that, we need to actually integrate the academia, the industry, and government to drive that, to build a very strong ecosystem to drive innovation, so that in the next couple of years, we should see Nigeria ranking top in Africa. Not just ranking top in Africa, we also find African countries being in the top 20, top 30 innovative countries around the world. So to get that done, it's part of the reflection about our scenario in Nigeria. Why are we not there? To ask a key question about, do we have a database to look at the innovation happening, especially in Uniport now? A couple of things happening in Faculty of Science. People in Faculty of Engineering are not even aware of it. There's a conference happening here, and a lot of knowledge will be required from mathematics, from computer science. They are not here. And whatever innovation happens here is not documented. So it's difficult for us to actually collaborate when we don't have documentations moving there. Also, infrastructure is also a problem too. We're struggling with even running this conference, struggling with infrastructure, running simulations, we struggle with infrastructure. So these are key things that will help to actually drive innovation as you actually move forward. So when we look at that, those are things that we need to put together as a country to drive innovation. The challenges are a lot, and this is a key from the government. Start looking at how much of technology are we importing. Note that 95% of the technology used in Nigeria is actually imported. Of course, if you hear this kind of information, it actually correlates with Nigeria not being among the top 10 African countries. If you are importing 95% of the technology being used here, and you're spending about $2.8 billion annually, and these are authoritative government sources to drive innovation. And that's the reason why we need to bring in, it starts from the academia, the heart of innovation starts from the academia, what's happening in the academia to drive that. So about orientation, R&D network. So a couple of things that probably we'll discuss how we are trying to address that in Nigeria, leveraging triple helix to look at these challenges that you will have in Nigeria to drive innovation in Nigeria and make Nigeria to actually rank top. So we can forget about the ranking and start looking at how do we reduce this number. We have 95% being used. Can we look at every year to reduce? Even if we reduce 1, 2, 3, 4% every year as being consumed, then we'll actually rank deliberately top in Africa when we move on there. Yes, but the picture is not so bad. Like I say, it's actually not very documented. So we look at a very gloomy picture about innovation in Africa, innovation in Nigeria, global innovation where we ran. I'll pick up a case study of our company and what we are doing in the innovation space, leveraging computational science. Of course, developing an international ecosystem to look at that. So we are Cypher Crescent. We are actually a mathematical modeling company developing solutions for the oil and gas industry. For those of us close to oil and gas industry, the oil and gas industry has a very high standard, and it's actually very difficult to actually break into the oil and gas industry when it comes to innovation. So over the past 10 years, we have, these are a couple of statistics about Cypher Crescent and some of the things that we have done. I'm deliberate about bringing this case study so that we can actually look at how do we build other companies like Cypher Crescent, leveraging information on bioinformatics, leveraging information on computational biology, computational chemistry to drive that. So we are actually using computational mathematics to drive solutions in oil and gas industry. So we've been there for 10 years. We are 100% Nigerian. Most of the companies you see across the world, across the country, driving innovations are actually representative of foreign companies. We are 100% Nigerian. We get all our employees from Nigerian universities, train them to drive that. So I still believe in the whole Nigerian education system because people who drive innovation in our company are from Nigerian universities. We come around, we train them to drive things and develop solutions that are being used by multinationals. And a couple of 4 study units. We are in 4 continents. We are registered in the UK, registered in the US, driving innovations across the continent. So we have 4 business units, but for the purpose of this presentation, I'll focus on the digital technology business unit on E&P technology that is driving innovation for oil and gas industry, helping to reduce cost of production. We also have learning and development and also the energy technology. But what we actually do at the center of what we do is basically the data technology services, where we provide mathematical simulation services, data mathematics services to look at it. And these are actually things developed by Nigerians. We also, I think we've had a case where we have like a 10-year-old boy who actually joined us to solve some of our equations that we use to drive that. So irrespective of the age, we drive innovation across the country, and will actually interest us to know that the company we're talking to now actually started somewhere at Aminu Kano Hospital about 20 years ago when we were still 25 years ago. It's actually 100% Nigerian, 100% Uniport, more of a Uniport DNA kind of a company to drive that. So we drive innovation using computer science, and that's where science comes in. When we start looking at it, the world is about e-commerce. A lot of software is here around e-commerce. How then do we, as science students, as engineering students, to pick up those principles that we learn in school to actually develop applications? We do chemistry, Van der Waals equation, PV got NRT. We have somebody who have only studied Van der Waals equation for 4 or 5 years, studying the equation, developing thermodynamics application. I think that was actually being used by NMPC to drive some of the fake water to look at when they're looking at the research to be done around that. And that's the power of science. And of course, you can't actually detach mathematics when you want to look at innovation in science. And that's basically why I actually putting computational science to drive what we do. So these are a couple of solutions that we have developed for the oil and gas industry. 10 solutions being developed. Of course, these are key solutions being done, and all of them are even developed by science, through science. First principle, getting young people, developing, solving partial penetration, solving ordinary penetration, getting optimization problems solved to actually manage that. And this problem are actually not limited to what will be applied to only engineering. Okay, so it's not only an engineering. So not only an engineering kind of solution, but it's better. No? Okay. All right. So the solutions we develop are actually not they are not limited to what can be used in only engineering. Before now, when we started, we only focused on oil and gas industry, and we developed a lot of mathematical solutions because to actually get most of those things done in the oil and gas industry, it's a global industry. Your knowledge base must be global. We have people, Nigerians, of course, all Nigerians who are around the world to come around and develop this. And we developed that mathematical library that became too strong that we start looking at, oh, this solution we develop now can be used. Of course, most of our guys are actually doing consulting, using a mass library across the industry. And these are just a bit of some kind of innovation that we've done across the world. These are the clients who have their oil and gas companies. For some of us who reflect, to have a contract in the oil and gas industry is actually something very challenging. To have a contract where you are going to, based on science, to develop fundamental physics, chemistry, mathematics to drive that, is even more challenging. And the way doing this tells us that this can be done. And what actually excites me, basically, we have done this leveraging talents from the universities, Nigerian universities, raw talents, from the age of 10 to the age of 70. I think we're actually training a 7-year-old guy already who is actually solving mathematics, and probably when he gets to 10, he'll be solving some of the mathematics and actually solve while doing masters to look at that. And basically, that's basically what it takes. So it's possible to do it. It's not rocket science. The objective of my presentation here is actually to encourage and inspire us that we can actually drive entrepreneurship, not the vocational kind of entrepreneurship, but we're in the university. But how do we leverage the mathematics, the physics, the biology, the chemistry to actually drive entrepreneurship? Is what this presentation is hope to inspire us. So these are some of the jobs that we have done. They are actually national projects where we want to look at complex national projects. We get a couple of calls from different government agencies and different companies talking to us and say, oh, we actually want to engage in this project. We would like you to join this project. We have the project going on now for what is talking about mathematical modeling of the drone system, looking at the dynamics of drone system. We're brought in to join that project because of the computational and mathematics ability of what we do. And it's not just limited to like what I'm going to show later. The strength of what we have is not just limited to the oil and gas industry. It's actually very related to the conference we're having now. When I was in school, I actually liked biology. I like a lot of mathematics. But coming out to look at us, I wonder if I knew biology, probably I would be joining a lot of my colleagues working on the bioinformatics. Actually, where the whole world is actually going to combining mathematics and biology, which is basically what this conference is. If you want to explain to my grandmother what this conference is all about, it's about combining mathematics and biology to actually drive innovation. If I'm going to explain that. And for me, the biology is missing, and I have the mathematics. My goal forward to actually a partnership where we can bring the biologists and the mathematics together to drive what we do. So this is a part of what we have done across the industry. A couple of high-power clients who actually depend on us to provide solutions from them, leveraging science, what we do, leveraging science. What differentiates us from the company out there is basically the strength we bring in leveraging fundamental physics, fundamental mathematics. We actually just released a book we are publishing on simulation of mathematical modeling system using physics and mathematics vectors that can be used to simulate processes around the industry. And that we hope that book will also be a game changer when driving innovation. And the book is coming in 20 years after I published the first book. For me, I launched my career in science and engineering innovation in 2003 when I published this book, also the University of Port Harcourt. Was actually a best-selling book then to look at leveraging visual basics to drive innovation. And we've actually moved on. It takes a long time to actually do innovation. It takes patience, it takes passion and dedication to drive innovation. So most of us who are actually done it here. So for the past 2003, and then by 2005, we're already writing computer programs for oil and gas industry. I just left, I was trying to wrap up my master's and starting the place then to look at that until 2022. 2012, now look at that we're right to actually start up the company. Of course, at the point in time, I actually left to join to look at that. So this is just a bit of a journey that led to our company. And it is the main journey to look at where are we going to. It's actually very rough. Sometimes when you look at entrepreneurship through science, it's actually very rough. It's not the easier role to do is basically to avoid science. Get something you can predict. Get probably go into trading 10% or probably get some kind of thing to do or vocational science. I see a couple of entrepreneurship to do around universities. I have my regulations around some of the things around soap manufacturing, pure water, and a couple of things. But yes, I'm not seeing fundamental science. A lot of high power people in the university that if we actually put ourselves together, put collaboration, get the physics department, get the mathematics department, chemistry department to look at that. There's a lot of innovation that can come out of this platform innovation, so science and mathematics to drive what we do. So this is the journey of how we have gone. To look at the innovation around science is probably not within it needs to be funded. Sometimes 3, 4, 5 years you are still researching to drive that. And most times if you sit in a community where the ecosystem is not entrepreneurial, you feel like a failure because you have spent 3 years, 4 years actually researching, and some of your colleagues will spend a amount of time actually having their product in the market because they actually dependencies on foreign companies and that. So we are actually very dedicated to look at that. It's long term we actually go to the what we are doing. So at this point in time, we're actually thinking how do we scale our company. It's very overall, but also very interesting road if you actually have passion for science, engineering, mathematics, and physics to drive that. So this is a nutshell of what we do in our company, still on science, petroleum engineering research. I'm a petroleum engineer, I'm a mathematician, and basically one of those things I actually wanted to happen at the and to how then why combine this knowledge to drive innovation, and it's what we are trying to do. So we have software development, have an IoT AI department, and the interesting part is also having a very strong mathematics department. Not just one, we'll have like a 5 consultant people solving the departments for linear algebra, looking at optimization, computational differential equation, functional geometry, and computational statistics, which are all very relevant in what we do here. So the key part of this presentation about empowering the international ecosystem in Africa through science. If we say science, let's also know that the very lot of science is actually mathematics. So probably we are just saying that empowering the international ecosystem through mathematics. I'm sure if we all maths, we won't have a lot of persons coming to this presentation because they're calling maths. But maths is a very lot of science. Without mathematics, probably you won't have most of the vaccine, the COVID-19 vaccine, or things that happen basically around mathematics. Like it changes a couple of things around what we do. So that's basically one of our strongest departments in our company, applied mathematics department. And we're very proud of that. We're basically helping us to diversify the sectors that we're looking at. So most of our diversification to the sectors we're looking at basically the strength of our mathematics. I will look at that. It's actually not enough the strength that we have.
Dr. Egbe?
We can actually make the mathematics library to the open source and people from the high power brain.
Dr. Egbe? Dr. Bay, I think some of us online, the over 220 people here can't hear most of the things. So is it possible just to use the microphone on the podium, please?
Okay.
I think this is better.
Should I go back where, if you can hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. This is better. Thanks.
Okay. Okay. Do I need to continue or just go back to
no, just carry on. Just carry on, please.
Okay. All right, thanks. So just looking at, just to reflect again on this slide, these are basically R&D in cyber present. And if you are building an entrepreneurial ecosystem through science, basically you need to have a very strong R&D. And having a very strong R&D also need to have a very strong mathematics department. And one of the key strengths that actually give us strength, power as a company is our mathematics department. And we have people solving very complex linear algebra matrices of 1,000 by 1,000 matrices. And also, sometimes we benchmark some of the mathematics we solve in our company to very strong things around MATLAB. And we've published papers to show sometimes we have our algorithm maybe 1,000 times faster than what we have in MATLAB. They publish papers around that. Look at that. And so, it's the university environment. You have very strong people in mathematics, but they need to be fed with difficult problems, challenging problems. That's basically what this thing is all about. So we discussed about our mathematics library. We made a decision last year to actually open source our mathematics library, discussing with DBC to look at how do we get to train people around this mathematics library, to get people to collaborate to drive mathematics. But if you want to build a strong entrepreneurial ecosystem that will leverage science, mathematics is the bedrock law. And we need to collaborate about building a mass library that will be reusable, that different persons can use to drive that. So we start thinking of, can we have a very strong, uniform applied mathematics community? If you have an applied mathematics community, the amount of startups that will spring out of the university will become if we're able to have that mathematics community that will build on this mass what we do. So we have this mass library. We'll be happy to further a discussion with Uniport and other Nigerian universities through Triple Helix organization for able to contribute to mass library, contribute to some of the very difficult equations that we have not been able to solve up to now. And most of them have applications, like some of the things that we do around Fourier transforms and Fourier series are things that can be used in the blood pressure measuring around vibration analysis. Using fast Fourier transforms are things that, a couple of things that we have done here that will actually help to look at that. So for this conference, this is, some will start wondering, how is this related to this conference? Because if you are building an entrepreneurial ecosystem through science, through mathematics, I see around genomics around. We can't discuss innovation with only genomics. There has to be bioinformatics, which is more like computational biology or mathematical biology. I'll be able to think of how do you accelerate the development of vaccines, how do you study malaria, how do you model a system around diseases in the country. So these are some of just sharing some slides and some equations that they don't look trivial, but we develop around the company that also be used in consulting for some medical practice, and some of our guys also consult for other industries. And also, probably this will interest us, maybe for some of us when we're in school, we understand to solve some very complex mathematics system. If you want to model the malaria transmission, it's a serious coupled partial differential equation that you want to solve. And how do you pick up this? How do I get data to solve this? To look at this system, how do I define this precisely? How do I manage this? I think that the university system probably will look to see how young people can pick up projects around this. And it helps you, good thing about this, that it helps you to understand data structure, understand mathematics, and also understand very well around the physics of what you study. I look at, for us, we do things around oil wells. I want to actually model oil flow in the reservoir. You see how we're coupling partial differential equation where we need to solve using a combined Fourier transform and a combined Laplace transform to solve that. But those problems are still not as challenging as some of the problems are seen around the medical practice, around malaria modeling, around even some of the vaccines development that you have are things that you actually use. This is just a simple equation called copper, and it also has a model situation that we have solved around the model the malaria. It's a case study of one equation we've solved around the company for the company who's already modeling malaria transmission. Start looking, of course, this is actually simplified. You can also look at bringing in the effect of temperature into modeling this. Of course, most of the high temperature, start seeing that mortality rate of malaria will actually increase. You can factor temperature in. You also factor rainfall into, because once you have rainfall, you have the case of where they breathe very well. So these are things that can be factored into this partial differential equation to make it even more complex to model diseases around that, leveraging science and mathematics to look at that. And so another example that very interesting, but this is not a program that already in literature. The previous one was a program that was solved. It's on literature to look at when during COVID-19. During COVID-19, you look at how fast they develop vaccines. And we followed that as a mathematical modeling company. We followed that to look at more than what they did to look at that. It's actually one of those very challenging and interesting programs. COVID-19, where the world actually moved from the traditional way of actually developing vaccines to the point of using computational science to look at that. And the question now is that can we do it in Nigeria? These are very challenging because we can solve the mathematics. There are lots of mathematicians across the country look around that can solve that. But strictly speaking, can we solve that problem in Nigeria? This is very, we might solve it in terms of intellectually, but in terms of infrastructure that we need to solve that, we need a high performance computers to actually do that. And those computers are the computers you actually connect to national grid. Because when you are solving simulation with a power failure, you create its own dedicated power system to manage that. It's what we are trying to do around look at how we bring in infrastructure that will help to drive innovation and science-based innovation that involves simulation, that involves solving mathematical processes to manage that. And so for those of us in mathematics and engineering, once you have a program that brings in around combinatorial optimization, you know that you're actually there to solve a very strong problem, that kind of problem that actually solve to be able to release it. I think Moderna actually released their vaccines in 2 weeks. And look at the leverage some of the high performance of infrastructure that exists in the US to actually drive that. And that's basically where the university comes in, where most of the projects that you do become an integrated project, where somebody in mathematics comes in, somebody in statistics comes in, you have people in computer science and people in biology to drive that, to drive innovations, to see how we drive innovations. Modern day innovation is actually done through science. Modern day entrepreneurship is done through science. That gives you that competitive advantage to drive that. And then basically what is driving us and working with also the area in the triple helix Nigeria ecosystem to look at how we drive that ecosystem. That what we are doing will be done by a lot of companies. Triple helix, for those of us who are new to triple helix, basically an ecosystem that inspires collaboration between government, industry, and university to drive innovation. For us at Triple Helix Nigeria, our vision is actually 10-10-10-10. We hope that the next 10 years, we should be able to have 10 universities that will have 10% equity in 10 listed companies. So what does that mean? It means they are taking innovation through science, not traditional innovation, but high-powered innovation, where you are start looking at driving public companies to look at that. And we're building that through 4 pillars and 1 enabler: the pillar of entrepreneurial orientation, the pillar of R&D collaboration, the pillar of innovation infrastructure, innovation finance. And if we start looking at innovation infrastructure, it's actually related to this conference where we're looking at 4 different key performance areas around innovation infrastructure. How do we get high performance computing infrastructure? How do we get IoT infrastructure? How do we get advanced infrastructure? And some of the biotechnology labs that we need to actually drive that are things that we're trying to see how do you do that to drive an ecosystem. Because once you have more persons driving this, we are driving the other companies coming in and combine our strength to solve that. That's what Triple M is all about. We move around the universities in Nigeria, look for people who have very challenging projects, pair them with industry experts to look at what they are doing, of course, with enabling policies to look at what we do. A lot of companies, of course, Silicon Valley was driven by the Triple Helix, and a couple of other countries in Europe are actually benefiting from the power of collaboration through Triple Helix. US government, for those studying medicine, look at how much money they get from R1D through genomics. They study a lot of money, more sometimes 4 times. A study in 2019 shows that for every $1 the US government invests in genomics, you get like $3 to $4 from taxes. So it's basically an area where Triple Helix comes. It's an area where the power and information comes in to drive that. So what are we doing to build that? For us, we're just giving a case study. We've been around for 20 years driving innovation, and we have exposure to actually work in about 20 years. And also drive innovation. To bring this knowledge here, to look at how, if you want to power an ecosystem, to develop an ecosystem, you have to make collaboration. And we started with a collaboration with the Nigerian Content Development Board, which is government, to look at driving that, and also came to Uniport, and then have a collaboration with Uniport to also drive that. So our objective is to connect these institutions, bring University of Port Harcourt, an institute University of Port Harcourt, which is the Kennedy Institute, and then connect that to the government and connect that to UPC. I think we are about 90% in that connection. We have an UPC visited University of Port Harcourt sometime last year to drive that. So that process is still on. It's a long process, but once you complete that, you have a very high power ecosystem that will churn out startups and spin-offs from companies, because the funding will be there, the policy will be there, innovation will be there, and so you look at what we do. Because basically what we do as Africans to drive us to improve ourselves in terms of the ranking that we showed earlier, to have Nigeria among the top 20 countries in Africa, and also to reduce the import of technology. We basically need to focus on science-based innovation. And science-based innovation is based on mathematics, combined mathematics to look at that. And also very great collaboration with the industry coming here. So thanks for the invitation. I'm from the industry, not from the academy. I'm also not in the medical profession or not in the background. Thanks, Prof, once again for inviting me to speak here. Bioinformatics is an area I feel very interested in because of the power of mathematics that we do. All it takes to actually support a company in bioinformatics, we have the capability. We don't have any knowledge around genomics. Of course, genomics is not fully biological, but when you come into bioinformatics, that's the power of collaboration, right? That most of the vaccines, of course, the vaccine development has already changed since 2019, where the power of infrastructure, the power of mathematics, the power of computation to drive innovation. And as a closing thought, for those of us who just close this talk, I'm an entrepreneur. I work in Shell. I resigned from Shell. I was in Europe, resigned from Shell, and relocated to Nigeria to come down here and start a company that has almost 5% chance of succeeding. It looks like a crazy decision to look at that regular couple of persons might get down to their village to ask what's wrong with you being in Europe with all the things. And when I was living in Turkey, I was being promoted from Shell Galvanize to the Shell Houston to lead big water stories around there. I want to come back to Nigeria to grind entrepreneurship, leveraging my power of science. Outside, if you look at us today, it looks very smooth, but it's actually a very challenging exercise. So I encourage us to actually try some of us. Entrepreneurship is possible because I would say not most, all the knowledge I've actually used. My colleagues from Miniport, and most of us are from Miniport. Our company started from Miniport. I mean, you cannot hostel from Miniport. So if we can do it, we think you can do. We did it then when the power of computation was very low. Now a lot of So it's possible to design that the ecosystem is strong. Some of you might join triple helix, but the let's director and the triple helix contact how we have power collaboration, power innovation, right? That will be my discussion today. Thank you so much, and I hope forward to look at how the discussions to see how we infuse mathematics, infuse bioinformatics into the study of genomics. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ewe. It's been a very good presentation. I think we'll be having some questions for you over the next few minutes. I mean, it's actually interesting to see your interest in technology and, you know, the software things, AI, and then moving into genetics. So I am also into software and, you know, applying it in bioinformatics and genomics. So one question is, does crescent or triple helix, are they involved in bioinformatics now? I think that is one thing. I mean, what effort is being made? That's one question. And how can we, as the AfricaBP, because maybe we may not have talked about it earlier on, but we discussed what the project is. We aim to build capacity across the continent and sequence African genomes on the ground and ultimately drive innovation. So I'm also into, you know, looking at how can we use those innovations, you know, to you know, have entrepreneurial activities, particularly. And I think the third thing would be more not a question from me, but more of a comment. And I can see you are very attached with University of Port Harcourt, and maybe perhaps again this would be more of a how can we through a project support, because I don't think there is an active bioinformatics activity, so we can see how do we have like fellowship and programs. But those are the things you're free to say, and how can we build that ecosystem, you know, stemming from, for instance, the University of Port Harcourt for the young people.
Right. So if I'll take the last one. So let me re-echo the question so that for the benefit of those in the audience. The last one, I'll just start with the last one. Remind me if I missed it. How do you leverage bioinformatics? How do we build an ecosystem of bioinformatics? We are probably, we are like a mathematical modeling company. We can actually create a dedicated presentation to actually show you some of the capabilities that we have done. I would say we are actually an engineering company because we focus on mathematics, and mathematics is universal. And a lot of mathematics they solve in bioinformatics are things that we have solved over the past 10, 20 years ago. That we look at that. So it's something that we can actually have a dedicated presentation or a collaboration to discuss how the power of our mathematics department can help in the development of bioinformatics, because it goes hand in hand. For you to really look at value from genomics, we have to couple it with bioinformatics, and that's basically where we come in. And the other one we discussed about Uniport. I'm actually from Uniport, of course, my alma mater. And of course we are based in Port Harcourt, so it's easier to collaborate with Uniport. And if there's any other discussion we can actually leverage through Uniport to look at that. So if I answered that question, so we're doing now with Uniport, and we're also discussing. We have collaboration with Federal University of Natural Resources, and there's a discussion that we're having with Federal University of Technology in Mina. I think I visited them and made a presentation similar to this to their key management staff. How collaboration with triple helix. So it's something that we can do. But we also like, and whatever we do, we start with Uniport, because basically without Uniport, probably I wouldn't have been who I am today. So I look at Uniport as probably number one for me. And then the question on triple helix, if triple helix also supports bioinformatics, because of how wide the scope of triple helix is, it covers all the sectors: engineering, it covers the medical sector, it covers the agri sector, it covers the commercial sector. So it's difficult for us to actually focus only on one sector. But if we look at the pillars of triple helix, looking at the the innovation infrastructure pillar of triple helix that has 4 key performance areas. And one of that key performance area is basically high performance computing infrastructure. And if you want to drive bioinformatics, you also need If you want to drive bioinformatics, you need a very strong high-performance computing infrastructure, and it's what we are actually doing with triple helix to manage that, to see how many of that can we have. And apart from that, we also need an orientation to lecture a lot of persons on the impact of what HPC can do for you. And also, I don't know if I picked up that a lot of pillars around triple. I'm sure Professor Eukaria can give you a lot of information more about triple helix on our Vision 10-10-10 to see how we can get 10 companies listed from the university. We look at this, it's possible because we are also from the university. In a couple of years' time, we'll get listed in the stock exchange. The project has started already, and we believe that even with the whole raw road we pass, we can pass that knowledge to younger generations to see how it takes to actually run public companies and get skills and getting funding.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ebe. I mean, it's been a nice presentation. I must say I enjoy it. So we would be in touch with, through Professor Julian on how we can work together and areas of collaborations as well. I also agree with you that we need to drive innovation from the universities, and that way there's a cross-pollination of ideas from academia and also industry. So I don't know, do we have anyone with additional questions? More questions? Okay, thank you, Dr. Ebe, for your presentation, and I will be in touch through Professor Julian on how we can do this, especially across the continent of Africa.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay, thank you, everyone. We'll be moving to the next speaker. So I'm just going to try to say if the speaker is online. Dr. Mercy Peter, Unlocking the Power of the Genome, an overview of Illumina sequencing. Do we have Dr. Mercy Peter on the call today? Dr. Mercy Peter, ISN. Dr. Mercy Peter. Okay, are you on Zoom or on site? We're waiting for Dr. Mercy Peter. I understand she's on site and she'll be speaking on unlocking the power of the genome, unlocking the power of the genome, an overview of Illumina sequencing. So I think Dr. Mercy is preparing her slide. Dr. Mercy, would you be connecting via Zoom?
Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I apologize for coming late. And I want to thank Engineer Tango for agreeing to participate in this conference today. Right. I know he's a very busy man, but he's taking the time to and has given us a fantastic lecture this morning. And as a very minor reward from all of us here, I present this book. This is our effort to initiate you into biology and genomics, if you can find time to read it, that would be fantastic. So from all of us, I might not get for you for your contributions today. Thank you so much for coming and being part of this conference.
We're just waiting for Dr. Mercy Peter to get set up. I understand she's having internet issues, so they are sending her slide to me to share. So just give me a few minutes. When I get it, I would beam it here. Yes, there's no sound because they're having internet issues there. So they're going to send me the slide and I would share on the screen. Just be patient, please. Yeah, just to say that we're still waiting for slides to be sent to me. So hello everyone. We think Mercy is having internet issue and I've not received her slide. So we'll move to the next presenter. We'll come back to Mercy. Do we have Uchenna Uram, an overview of Nkaba Biotechnical Industries? Is Uchenna on the call? Is he on site or on Zoom? Uchenna Uram, are you on site or on Zoom? Okay, I think that would also be the same because I think they're on site. So we'll just go to Xavier, who is on Okay, I think Uche now is on site, so he's preparing to present. So we're going to come back to Mercy, Peter, after.
Good morning, everybody. Hello, good morning. Great. My name is Uchenna Urom. I'm from Inkaba Biotech, West Africa. Today it'd be nice to speak with everybody, both those of us here present and those of us online, about who Inkaba is and what Inkaba does. So the question we are trying to answer today is just two things. Who is Inkaba and what does Inkaba do? So first, Inkaba is Africa's genomic company because, we're domiciled in Africa and we service the entire African area. That is one. Two is what do we do? And the second thing is we are catalyzing Africa's development through genomics. And we believe that ideas matter. So we want to see that we work with life scientists, both in research and in diagnostics and in medical settings to achieve any of the ideas that they have thought of. And then the question is, how do we do this, right? So we do this by providing services and products within the life science industry. Some of the services we provide and have provided since 2002, so some over 20 years now, is primer synthesis, which with primer synthesis is a very interesting story. So in 2002, Dr. Oliver Preissig, who is Swiss, was doing his postdoc research in South Africa. And he needed to find somewhere to, buy primers. And there was nobody on the continent who synthesized them locally. And he had to get them all the way from Europe. I'm very sure this is like a recurring experience for scientists across the continent. And I'm sure some of you during your research career have had an experience where you were looking for a particular thing, but you were unable to find it anywhere within your country and you had to look outside your country. So when Dr. Oliver Preissig went back to Switzerland, he fortunately had the opportunity that the Swiss government was also offering a loan to anybody who would set up a business in Africa. And that is what gave birth to Inkaba Biotech. So in 2002, we set up our business in Pretoria in South Africa, primarily to produce oligos. And since then, we have expanded some of the things we do to include in 2007, being the first company on the continent to offer next-generation sequencing services commercially. And over time, we have also expanded outside South Africa. So in 2010, we got our first subsidiary Inkaba Biotech East Africa that is based in Nairobi in Kenya. So from Kenya, they service the entire East African region, including Tanzania, Uganda, and we now have offices in those places as well. And in 2015, we began business operations in Nigeria. In Nigeria, our office is located in Ibadan. It's just opposite IITA. That's the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture. And in Nigeria, it's known as the Inkaba Biotech West Africa. And in West Africa, we also have a number of offices. There's an office in Ghana, just opposite the University of Ghana. There's an office in Benin Republic at the University of Abomey Calavi. We have an office in Cameroon, in Yaoundé, in Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, and basically across West Africa. So from here, we provide all of the services that we had described earlier. So primer synthesis, DNA sequencing using both Sanger sequencing methods and next-generation sequencing methods. With the next-generation sequencing methods, it's interesting that we're the only company who can provide that to you on both the short-read platform, such as the Illumina, and a long-read platform like PacBio. And in addition to all of that, we also provide qPCR analysis, SNP genotyping, particularly of interest to people in animal genetics or people in veterinary medicine. We also have a subsidiary known as Zoomics, and Zoomics focuses just on animal genetics. With Zoomics, we do quite a lot of work with cattle breeders to be able to identify what are the VIP traits in cattle that you want to, pass along to the next generation of cattle. And we do this, we also work with a lot of conservation biologists at the park service who are trying to limit, those are things that we do. So, and if you also look at our timeline in 2017 and 2019, 2020, we also started to offer both microarray services, mass array services, and PacBio sequencing for long-read sequencing. And 2022, we seem to get a lot of new offices in Tanzania, in Uganda, in Benin Republic, Cameroon, as well as Senegal. So that brings us to, so we provide services. If you want to sequence your samples, there is no need for you to send them outside Nigeria. There's no need for you to send them outside Africa. And I think this is something Dr. Tango has also been emphasizing on fund projects and then have the sequences or the samples shipped all the way from Congo to somewhere in the UK or somewhere in the US, do all of these things locally within the continent. And other than the services we provide, we also provide products. And with the products we provide, we want to, cover the entire molecular biology timeline, basically from sample collection all up until sequencing. So for sample collection, we have very nice sample collection kits from Zymo Research. Zymo Research is an American-based company. They provide nucleic acid extraction systems and nucleic acid extraction kits. They also provide sample collection kits, the DNA RNA shield, which interestingly is the same reagent that is used by NASA for collecting samples from the ISS, the International Space Station, and bringing it back to Earth. And just going along that flow, we also provide enzymes, PCR mixes, PCR reagents from New England Biolabs, which is a B-certified US company as well. And instruments-wise, moving away from the reagents a bit, we support EPENDOF on the entire continent. So if you want to get a centrifuge, a -80 freezer, a ULT freezer, thermocyclers, pipettes, all of those, including automated extraction systems, we provide from EPENDOF, and as well as weighing balances from Preciser and magnetic stirrers, vortexers, shakers, incubators from IKA. And because COVID has made, all of us become very aware of the need of biosafety in all of our laboratories, we also provide biosafety cabinets from FASTA. And that is something that we provide the biosafety levels across 2, 3, and including hoods, laminar flow hoods, all of those. Refrigerators for laboratories, for pharmacies, for vaccine storage. And I think with this particular one, Cofinity stands out here because Cofinity is this company that understands that across the world, electricity is not equitably distributed as it is in, say, developed countries. So they have provided a refrigerator that allows you to keep your reagents between 2 to 8 degrees Celsius, so vaccines or drugs between 2 to 8 degrees Celsius for up to 48 hours, even after power has failed. So that's a really very good innovation that we would be happy to utilize here in Africa. As well as we also offer glasswares, culture media, buffers, reagents, and others. And yeah. So we also provide ELISA kits from Biomatic, from Gentor, and coming back to molecular biology for a bit, we offer the nanodrop spectrophotometer. The importance of the nanodrop spectrophotometer as compared to other UV visible spectrophotometers is it requires first a very small volume, so nano, very tiny volume. So you can measure the purity and the concentration of your DNA using just 1 microliter of the DNA. The other advantage for using the nanodrop is that you don't need any other consumables, no cuvettes, no reagents, just nanodrop, a pipette tip, and your DNA. And that's it. So even when your elution volume is very small, say you've eluted 50 microliters of the DNA, you can be able to quantify and measure the purity of the DNA without using a lot of it. So you still have 39 microliters of your DNA for other downstream applications like PCR and sequencing. Well, we also sell the PacBio sequencers. PacBio, interestingly, now has quite a range of sequencers. So they have the PacBio Onso, which is the small one in the middle. It's a short-read sequencer that uses sequencing by binding technology, which simply means that it has incorporated the higher accuracy levels that you find in the bigger systems like the Sequel or the Revio to provide you more accuracy, but with short reads. So basically ensuring total coverage of the genome when you sequence it. Then we also have the PacBio Sequel 2E, which is on the left, and there's a PacBio Revio. In Nigeria, there are 2 PacBios, and there's 1 PacBio in Mali. So yes, you can access PacBio sequencing in Nigeria. While in South Africa, we have the PacBio Sequel 2E and we have the PacBio Revio. So again, if you had done some NGS business with us, you will realize that between last year and the beginning of this year, the cost for, say, shotgun metagenomics has fallen by 2/3. And that's because of the addition of the PacBio Revio, which has basically made sequencing a lot faster and a lot cheaper. So NGS technology is becoming cheaper and much more available to all of us. So gel electrophoresis systems, gel documentation systems, both for regular gels and for chemiluminescent gels, more plastics, as well as Seegene. So Seegene brings us to our diagnostics portfolio because we understand that life sciences is not just, it's not just research that is outside medicine. Then it also involves a lot of research in medicine. Seegene is a Korean company, and they have a very interesting technology in that they're able to detect multiple targets within a single tube and within using a single fluorophore. So let me give an instance. During COVID, if any of you were part of the COVID tests, when you test for the E, N, S, or ORF genes using COVID kits, you had to select different fluorophores. So FAM, HEX, any of those ones. And each gene was always associated to one fluorophore. But with Seegene, you can multiplex the genes and associate them with one fluorophore and still be able to get, a difference and very valid results out of it. So they do this using their MEDT technology, their TOAST technology, and other patented technologies that they have. And they provide quite a vast array of kits for diagnostics, going from respiratory illnesses like SARS-CoV-2 to STI like the regular Staphylococcus and other STI panels, including gastrointestinal disorders and others. Yep. While for Anatolia is Turkish, and with Anatolia, they also provide a very vast array of kits, but in particularly they provide viral load test assays and for hepatitis B, for hepatitis C, for HIV, which are very useful for public health and patient management when you have patients that suffer these diseases. Finally, we have come to our routine diagnostics portfolio. So here we have the Winer chemistry systems and the Winer homeostasis systems, as well as systems from Siemens Healthcare. Siemens is a German brand, while Winer is an Argentinian brand, and they provide hematology analyzers, clinical chemistry analyzers, immunoassay systems, point-of-care devices for cardiology, for neonatal care, and et cetera, basically. So question then is, why choose Incaba, right? So Incaba has been in business for over 20 years, and we're an African company, proudly. We focus all of our business in Africa. And in particular, Incaba Biotech drives the kind of innovation that no other company has been able to drive in Africa. So from 2007, when we were the first company to provide sequencing services on an NGS platform first ever on the continent. We were the first company to send about 2,000 custom primers per day. And in 2020, we were also the first company to start to provide long-read sequencing services on the continent. So basically, we bring you world-class science to Africa, and there is no need for us to go outside to look for all of these things, because we really do believe the African ideas also matter, and the Africans should be able to dictate what direction their research should go through. Other than that, we also provide excellent after-sales service, including installations, equipment maintenance, routine checkups on them, and others. So this is what our company looks like. This is the office in Ibadan, and this is just opposite IITA. And this is a section of the laboratory in Ibadan. So another interesting thing about Inkaba is, other than just sell you equipment and reagents, which is good business, we also use the same equipment that we sell to you and the same reagents that we sell to you. And we use this both in Nigeria, the labs in Nigeria and the labs in South Africa. What this means is that we have over 20 years of experience using these reagents. In practice, it is, so whenever you run into any challenge in the laboratory, you can always count on us to provide quick resolutions, because we have possibly run into that same challenge before and resolved it several times, right? So, and this is the sequencing lab, and that's the ABI 3500 XL genetic analyzer in Ibadan. And this is just a cross-section of some of the team members that make up Inkaba in Nigeria. And here is Inkaba Biotech in South Africa. So the small green building on the right is where our office started out, which is a really very interesting.
I think we lost the people, the network on site. So I think we lost them. But it looks to me like it's close to the end of his presentation. So we're just going to wait for a few minutes to see if they do come back on site.
For the persons you would like to win. And thank you very much. To contact Inkaba, please send us an email at info@inkababiotech.africa. So info, INFO, at Inkaba Biotech, biotech without a H, .africa. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Uchenna. I think we lost you for a few minutes, or 1 or 2 minutes there, but it's fine. It's now restored. We have some questions for you. First of all, if I go to the question from the chat, you mentioned that there are 2 PacBio machines in Nigeria. If privacy allows, do you want to let us know where they are, because we've been trying to, as I know where one is, but I don't know where the other is. So we're trying to see if we can also use it for sequencing and stuff like that. Hi, can you hear me, Uchenna? Hello? You're on mute if you are talking. AC, put your place on mute. AC, put your control. Please unmute.
Everyone, everywhere, acknowledge that yes, this is reliable. There are international standards that allow this to pass accreditation and so on. You've used world class a number of times to reply to your laboratory. So, how world class is that in terms of accreditation passage and in terms of classification? Where is our laboratory ranked in terms of reliability, acceptability globally? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there a second question so I can take some of them together? Yep.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. We academicians, we are open when we come for sequencing and the likes. We normally refer to your South African office. We don't need to learn. We are here in the farm. Last year, you was telling me as one of our potential office. But I said, no, I'll put to Victoria. I know that it is in South Africa. So it's good you're here. But then, our Igbo admin says, our general admin says, give me fish, and I'll eat fish, and teach me how to fish. I will eat at my own free will, not depending on when you give me. Do you think it's not enough to start empowering some laboratories, university laboratories that have done business with you over the years by giving some technical assistance in terms of in-house training and also equipping them, give back to society. If you give some equipment, some of these things equipment, not waiting when we buy. So you are in Nigeria, you know the challenges we have in Nigeria. So having come a long way, 20 years plus, you will have been well established to start giving back. So I think there may be need, the suggestion, comment, the suggestion to start thinking back on how to teach Mother Africa, particularly selected universities, technical and like federal institute of technology. Each one of them has always been there, friendly places. Think in that direction, in-house training and the equipping of that. It will be to go a long way to, stemming seriously the essence of the workshop that here. There's a lot of people have gotten the technical know-how in doing this kind of things we are talking about here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So to answer those two questions first, please, if you have a question, write it down so you don't forget it. I'll be happy to answer it. Regarding reliability and quality of the work from INCABA, the South African Department of Science and in Nigeria, NABDA and NBMA both have regulations that labs have to meet. For South Africa, we meet those standards at the Department of Science, as well as we also maintain a publications page on our website that shows as many publications as we can find that mention doing some work with us, including those done at Nature, the New England Journal of Medicine, all of those. We try to keep a record of all of this, as well as we are working on getting some ISO certifications for subsidiaries like Zoomics that work with animal health. And in Nigeria as well, we have NAFDAC requirements, Medical Lab Council requirements all met. So yeah, to the extent of regulation and regulatory bodies and fulfilling of their requirements, we have met those, both in Nigeria and in South Africa. And we have quite a lot of people who have published working with us as well. So, and we've done work not just with companies that are institutions that are based in Nigeria. We also work with institutions like the Bernard Notch Institute of Tropical Medicine, Rutgers University, University of Pennsylvania, University of California. So to that extent, we are global and quite world-class. Then to the second question, or rather suggestion about us considering how to support laboratories and institutions that we've done business with over the last 20 years. We do provide support, and we do, try to encourage institutions to grow and be much better than they were when we arrived. But I think this is also on a case-by-case basis. So if you would like to have that conversation, it'd be good for you to, let's start a conversation while I'm here, and we can conclude that way after this conference. That'll be very good. Yep. Are there any other questions?
Yeah, I
Yes,
think there are.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I would just like to know what are the procedures or processes.
Yeah, you're going to have to scream. Sorry.
Hello. I said, I would like to know if there are any provisions for internship programs at Nkwaba and how the internship works.
So yes, we do have internships at Nkwaba for both life science undergraduate students and undergraduate students from engineering and the physical sciences. Physical sciences, including physics, but not physics, mathematics, but not chemistry. To apply, please send your SciWest letter to info@nkababiotech.africa, and the appropriate persons would get back to you regarding your application. We won't air you, we will reply and let you know if there's an available position and if you could fill it, or if there's no available position at the time you're applying, and when possibly there'll be another available position. Sorry, somebody else wanted to ask a question?
Yeah, I think there are those online. There are online questions.
Any other question?
Control.
Right.
There are questions online. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
You can raise your hand so they bring the mic to you. Yes, please. Sorry, somebody in the front is asking a question, so the microphone. Yeah, here. Raise your hand so he can see you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. I like the fact that you are advocating for not sending samples outside for sequencing. I just want to ask one question. I want to know if Nkwaba is into production of DNA extraction kits, and if not, what's the challenge in production of DNA extraction kits? Because I saw you mention that you have Zymo research, something. So I want to know if you're into production, and if not, what the challenge are.
I think it's a very good question. First, upfrontly, no, we do not produce DNA extraction kits. There's quite a lot of challenges with production generally in Africa, and there are some of those things that we are trying to walk through. Sure, we plan at some point to maybe produce some of the things we sell locally, and to provide employment to a lot more people and further advance science in Africa, because you then have direct inputs into the design.
Now, can you hear me on the call?
The relationship we have with manufacturers.
Yeah, I'm talking on the Zoom. People are hearing.
Certain reagents that you use, we are able to let the manufacturer know this feedback, and they can optimize the reagents based on feedback. So, power, for instance, is a critical challenge across Africa, even in South Africa, where they've been suffering some load shedding. And so that alone is a very significant challenge for production in Africa. So it's something we're
How about now? Can you hear me? Hello?
So next question, please.
Can you hear me? Okay. All right.
Any other question? Please raise your hand so that I can see you and have them bring the mic to you. Yeah, if there's a question online, that would be good as well. If you can read out a chart somebody drops, that would be good, or if I can hear them. Okay, I'm coming, please. Oh my God.
Did I read it for you?
Yes, if you can read out the chart, I would answer the question.
I'm trying to bring it out. Still on the what?
Okay.
I think they're having like maybe internet issue or sound issue. So we're just going to move to the next presenter on our list from this end, which is Dr. Xavier David. He'll be talking to us about advancing agri-genomics with Illumina technologies. Dr. Xavier David, are you on the call, please? Dr. Xavier, all right, I'm going to spotlight you now. Okay, go ahead, please. Unmute yourself. It looks like you can't unmute, so just a moment. Okay, now you can unmute now.
Now,
Right.
okay. Thanks, thank God. Thanks a lot. So let me share my screen to see if it works well. Okay. Do you see my screen?
Yes, please, carry on.
It works?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay.
Clear.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be with you today, even virtually. It's our fourth AfricaBP workshop organized this year, well, after South Africa, Morocco, and in Kenya. So I will talk to you today about advancing agrigenomics with Illumina technology. So I will start by introducing about Illumina, then to go to the genomic era, and then the genomic technology at work. How does it work with concrete examples, and what could be the future opportunities for African scientists? The first point is Illumina mission is improve human health by unlocking the power of the genome through our capacity to develop, I would say, this technology of next generation of sequencing. However, human health starts with an adequate and nutritious food supply and a safe, sustainable environment. That's really something which is really important in terms of things, because very often we always talk about human health, how genomics improve human health. However, genomics started at the same time to improve food security, food productivity, and you will see how Illumina was a key factor of success of this implementation yesterday, today, and in the future, of course. So just to give you some insight about the different, I would say, scope of Illumina I would say, activities. Of course, we are an actor and in agriculture, but beside, we have as well, I would say, activity in microbiology, genetic disease. We all know the rare disease, I would say, discovery, thanks to our NGS in terms of precision and in terms as well of speed, how quick it was. It is now possible to detect a rare disease into a newborn through NGS whole genome sequencing. Reproductive health, of course, with NIPT, oncology, to help the different oncologists and pathologists to classify, to identify, and then to adapt the treatment. So you see a wide range of, I would say, customers all over the world, which go from the start, the universities, the academic research centers, and then until the, I would say, genome center, biotechnology companies, or breeding companies, seeds companies, and then to the end user with the consumer genetics company like 23andMe, Ancestry, or the hospital for oncology test, cytogenetic test on routine. When we look here, it's interesting to see that the different milestones of Illumina and are in this on parallel on the era of genomic discovery. Illumina is a very young company, 25 years last year, so it's quite recent compared to other, I would say, pharma company. That's the first point. But the DNA of Illumina was to produce oligos, then to develop chips, then to develop NGS from 2007. And we see that these discoveries, this increase of capacity of sequencing, this increase of number of samples to be screened at the same time with automation goes parallel on all the development of genomics, either in human health, either in agri-genomics, during the last 15 years. And it's interesting to see how in a partner within an industry at the same time of breakthrough, of new technological breakthrough in terms of number of samples, sequence at the same time, turnaround time, bioinformatic analysis capabilities, and so on. All these things, I would say, develop a huge, I would say, adoption or progressive and increasing adoption of genomics all over the world and all over the different market segments. So, however, we need to stay humble. And that's why we really at Illumina, I would say, very supportive of AfricaBP initiative. Why? Because this is to tackle what Catherine mentioned mentioned yesterday, to sequence 105,000 sequence of native, or I would say indigenous breed and species. Why? Because even if the genomics has been developed a lot in the last 15 years, look at the time frame between the earliest life form on the earth with the microbes, millions of years before, and all the, I would say, the time which was used by human or by organism, living organism, to be developed and to be diversified. So to tackle all this diversity, we still have time. It's not in a few years that we will have this capacity to tackle this diversity, either in microbes, in plants, or in animals. So that's why it's really something that set up the scene in terms of humility, in terms of size of the work to be done between now and the next decades. Two key genomic technologies were enabled by Illumina, and it's really something which are on parallel, and especially in agriculture, but as well in, I would say, large population genomic projects. Both technology are playing a huge role. The first was, as I told you, Illumina DNA. This is the production of oligos at the beginning for any other companies. And then we developed the B chip, which is the Infinium technology. This is the genotyping on microarrays. Last year, we processed more than 20 million of samples on this technology. 60% in agriculture, plant breeders, animal breeders, etc. And the rest for human screening projects like PopGen, like cytogenetic, like methylation, and so on. So that's really something which it's not the most, I would say, modern technology, but it brings a huge quantity of data, which is informative data for daily decision making. And I will come back later on why it is so important to have this kind of cost-effective, high-throughput technology to take a decision at the level of a farm or hospital and so on. The second one is, you know, all of this. This is the next generation of sequencing, but more than the technology, which is important, this is the decrease of the price. The decrease of the price and the increase of high throughput. $3 billion the first human genome. And now for less than $300, you can have a human genome sequence in less than 2 days. So that's really something which makes, you know, remember the decrease of the price of informatics. We used to, as a user, we used to get to buy our computer at the same price, but always with double more capacity in terms of speed and so on. What sequencing capacity was able to do was they overachieve what the simple IT was able to do. So, but having technology in front of us, it's good, but to use it in a proper way is better. So that's always the key point. What kind of genomic tool should I use depending on the project? Is it discovery? Is it screening? How many samples do I have? Do I have a lot of analysis capacity? Do I have the capacity to collect samples on a regular basis? Is it for research? Is it for routine? Is it something with the reference genomes or not? What turnaround time do I have? What time do I have? Is it a research project, or do I need a very quick answer? Do I have capacity of storage? All these things together has to be, I would say, studied. I had to think about before to move forward, or what kind of technology should be taken. I will give you an examples of this, I would say, this experience as that Illumina developed together with Africa. It started, I would say, more than now 12 years ago, together with Africa Consortium. We have been the partner since inception. What does it mean? That means at that time, beginning of 2010-12, nothing was developed, available on the market to tackle the diversity at a cost-effective price of human genetic in Africa. So a group, the Africa Consortium, a group of scientists, among them Michel Ramsey, Nikki Mulder, which is involved now as well in AfricaBP, decided to first take a sequence of 3,500 whole genome, tackling 17 countries and 70 different ethnoetics groups. And all together, they, I would say, selected a certain number of markers, which is now 2.4 million at that time, and developed a chip. It was the first chip with an African content. And that allows to screen more than 100,000 samples from 2018 until now. The second version has been improved, and this tool was accessible to all academic studies working for African samples. And what was the deliverables? The first point, 250 publications based on this data generated by Africa's chip, which is a foundation work for association between a variant and a trait. The same thing that for ag, when you want to associate a trait, a production trait, a disease-resistant trait together with a variant. But And I know, thank God, but at the beginning, the samples had to be sent out because there was no capacity. But thanks to that project, we developed a huge capacity of processing the samples within the continent. And now it was cheap. It was a bit cheap, so it was with iScan. When I joined Illumina 2018, there was only one iScan in South Africa, and it started to process Africa chip. And now we have 11 of them. En parallel, we developed the capacity of sequencing. At the beginning, it was very small benchtop, like the MySeq. Why? To do microbiology, pathogen detection, which is a key priority here in Africa. Now, you see, we have the capacity. We have the first NovaSeq X, which is in Nigeria, which has been installed the last week at ACG in Ede. We have some NovaSeq X, 6000, which are the capacity to do this job of whole genome sequencing of complex genomes, such as plants, which are polyploid and with big genome size, such as pine, such as eucalyptus, such as this kind of plants or wheat, which cannot be sequenced on a small benchtop. So you see how one project had this capacity to, I would say, build up the capacity and the capability across Africa. Because most important is not to send the samples out of the continent, to keep the samples inside, to be able to build up this network and this capability. And the second point is to have this regional hub to be able to avoid the sending within Africa, which is a burden in terms of, I would say, logistic, and so on and so on. So that's really something which is a key point for Illumina and its distributors. So when you see, remember when I show you the humidity we have to get between the start of the life on planet Earth with the microbe and now the development of genomics, 0.2% of animals have had their nuclear genome sequence yet. 0.16% of plants have had their genome sequence. And 90% of marine species are undescribed. So you see, there is room for discovery. There is room to implement genomics at a large scale, and especially in Africa. Never forget that we are working on, I would say, eukaryotes, so animals, plants, and it's important because there is a huge job to do done, but it will have an impact on human health through the One Health approach. Why? Because without healthy animals, you don't have, healthy animals, you don't have productivity, you don't have biodiversity, you don't have food security, etc., etc., etc. So that's really something that by starting by a better knowledge and discovery of this diversity within Africa, we will have impact on resistance to disease, on productivity, on zoonotic disease, and so on. Just another examples of the huge diversity. Here it is for aquatic species. We know what is used for agriculture is only 5,000 wild fisheries and 570 in agriculture. And look like all these different species that are available in the sea. Another point which is interesting, and it will, I just want to come back to the remark of Rufus Mbegba yesterday. He mentioned, how do we use new modern technologies? What we show here, we show that how many crops feed the world? Only a few, the top 5. Wheat, rice, sugar, maize, soybeans, that's it. And more, we concentrate on a few type of crops, more sensitive we are to new disease, more sensitive we are to lack of diversity. So that's why, thanks to genomics, to be able to know more all these gray areas, how do we care? How do we know them? How do we are able to tackle this diversity to use it later on modern, with potentially modern technology. But if we use modern technology to reinforce only the concentration, it has to be I would say, studied before to implement. So the first point is to register, to study the diversity, and then to see how do we include, how do we use it for a better sustainability of production of ag production. Second point, an examples of resequencing of chickpea, which has been done on Illumina technology. For that, we need high throughput, we need accuracy. Why? Because we know that drought and heat are the key disease, are the key burden. So, and if you decrease the genetic diversity on the long term, you will have, I would say, challenge to tackle these two, drought and heat, I would say, burden. So thanks to this whole genome resequencing, it was very useful to identify some different types of genetic variation to be used then in the crop improvement of these chickpeas. Just to show you in Africa, the 40 different species in livestock and 8,800 livestock breeds. These figures come from an ILRI report. So you have this huge diversity. Okay, it's maybe not as productive as exotic breeds used in, I would say, commercial farms outside Africa. But if they are still there, they have a utility, they have a resistance. Let's check, for example, Ndama. Let's check, for example, Ankole, which are completely adapted to local, I would say, local environment, especially with trypanosomes for Ndama. Another thing which is interesting to see how it is interesting to have this groundwork of whole genome sequencing. That was done at that time by for cattle. Agriculture of Victoria, from the team of this research team, decided to build up 1,000 genome project for cattle. So each different country sent, I would say, some individuals to be sequenced. It was done on the Illumina sequencer, and thanks to that, causal mutation were identified per breed. So the reference genomes annotation were much more indicative, informative after this work, and that's something which helps now. For example, if you want to characterize your indigenous breed, you can start with, for example, a big chip that is a concentrate of all the updates, research information, and then see if the diversity of your different local breeds are tackled. If not, you full resequence a couple individuals that are representative of your population to then, I would say, adjust or adapt an add-on to have this screening content, that can help you to screen your local population. Thanks to this international work done at the level of consortium, it gives a starting point, especially for the species that are already known, both Taurus, both Indicus, etc. For native plants or native animal, you need to start with a discovery stage. Another examples of how does it work. This is a really good initiative. You have heard about that during the different video. Just to show you the methods. First, the most important things are how do you sample the 400 animals representing the diversity all over the world. You made of high throughput sequencing with a decent coverage. And thanks to our Dragon bioinformatic pipeline, we were able to select a certain number of SNPs and then to develop the first camel chip last year, which has been used by different groups of breeders, either for GWAS, either for parentage test. So that's really something, the way to go in terms of development of tools for particular breeds or species. You all know, but every day, some heifers, some varieties of some seeds are genotyped all over the world. to give an information to the breeder, to the farmers, about what should I do with the genetic material in front of me. Should I keep it all or not? In Africa, we know that feeding resource is a challenge. So instead to breed all animals, even if some of them will never be as productive as the others, it may be interesting to use at the beginning of the year a kind of quick characterization of the potential genetics of each animals, and then to be able to adjust the selection, to be sure to select the right one, to keep the right one. Second one, when someone buy an Ankole, for example, sorry, I like Ankole because I'm used to be quite often in East Africa. So when you buy Ankole, to be sure that you buy a pro-breed Ankole, a genetic test is able to give you this info, because the price between cross Ankole and pure Ankole is from, for example, $300 to $1,500. So you see, all this, thanks to genomics, you can help on a daily basis the life and the performance of an African farm.
I sent her the report that they were prepared for the next one. She said that was, I think, last month or so. She was saying that the next one. So probably when they made the call for this next month.
Sorry. Yeah.
So the number was saying, please, your
Thank God. Can I continue? I don't know what's happening. So just to finish, I have once we are in West Africa, in Nigeria. 2 years ago, one scientist from Ibadan won the Greater Good Initiative and with the yam, and I wanted to share with you this testimony.
If you look at all the nutritional facts that any starchy crop should have, yam has all of it. Agriculture, I think, is the basic of every living being in this world. When I joined the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, yams was one of the most orphan crop where there was no research done. They belong to the family called Dioscoreaceae, and that family has 600 species, and they are spread all over the world. I found that this is a challenge that I should take on, so I discussed that with my director, Dr. Asiedu. He is the scientist who has been pushing yam from the very beginning.
If you look at it carefully, really this is a crop with tremendous potential. West Africa, by far, the largest producer. More than 90% of the crop produced here is really woven into our culture and everything. If children cannot have adequate nutrition, their whole cognitive abilities and all are compromised from the beginning, and they are expected to study and learn and grow. And so you could see that the future of a whole generation is really put at risk if you cannot assure food security.
Genome sequencing is what is revolutionizing the agricultural sector. It is to make a crop more resilient, better yield, disease resistance, etc.
With the Illumina Greater Good Award, we will make a big jump in the work that we are doing on yam to the benefit of millions of farmers.
I think there is a need for the world to recognize the value of yam and start investing on this fantastic crop and make sure that the value of this crop can be realized.
So just to conclude, this is what's the final goal should be for our I would say the community of AfricaBP is to set up the foundation work by sequencing, to be able then sequencing all the diversity here in plants, in animals in Africa, to be able to develop routine genomic tests soon, for both indicators, for endama, for all small ruminants, plants, and so on, because that will be a key way to improve the performance of the farm, to keep people, I would say, happy and a sustainable, I would say, farming system in Africa, based on the two, I would say, the continuum of Illumina sequencing and genotyping. And depending on the size of the genome of the different size, you can use two types of benchtop: high throughput with a NovaSeq or mid throughput with a NextSeq 2K 1K. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you, Xavier. It's nice to listen to Illumina's presentation again. I think this is the fourth time, so it looks like I know the slides now. Maybe I can present as well, right?
But I always but it's never the same.
I know, right? Okay, so we have questions for you.
Okay.
First of all, before I go to the question in the chat, when will there be the latest technology, Illumina technology in Africa? Because I know
it is already there.
The very latest one.
Yes, the latest one, the NovaSeq X Plus, is not far from Port Harcourt.
Really?
It has been installed last week.
I see. In Christian Happy's lab.
Yes.
All right. Okay, I see.
And there is two other in the pipeline in other place, but I cannot reveal now.
I know, because of business reasons. I know. Okay. We have some questions. Mohammed Ahmed is asking, what is the genomic solutions from Illumina for camel SMP whole genome genotyping infinitum kits? You want to take that?
Yeah. Okay. So we developed this chip, which is a 60K markers chip, which is available. You just if you want to order some kits, just connect with our local distributor, because in Africa we go to a distributor. For example, here in Nigeria, this is ISN, and you will see Merci Peter will present how ISN is distributing Illumina product. In Morocco, this is a Megaflex, it was FNS in Kenya, and so on. So just go to our local distributor and you can order the kits.
Okay, yeah. So can you put the link of your local distribution in the chat, maybe, so that people know who they are?
From which country?
For West Africa, so that people know.
West Africa is ISN. Yeah, I will put it. Yeah.
Then Ayodeji Famobeila is asking, do you do training for students for techniques once they become available, such as SMP, NGS, etc.?
So what we do not, I would say, we do not training for all students. However, we are taking part in AfricaBP workshop. For example, from tomorrow, there will be a training on library prep in Ede. Once a customer buy a machine, together with the equipment, there is a training included. And that's something which is done everywhere. And for the rest, no, we don't. We do not do on-site. However, we have a lot of I would say virtual I would say support on our YouTube channel, which give a lot of insight on our technology, either NGS for the beginners, etc., etc. So that I recommend people to go on our website, to go on our Illumina YouTube channel. It's a huge source of information and training as well.
Yeah, thank you. I think we over the past 10 months, 12 months now, I think Illumina has organized practical workshop in partnership with AfricaBP in nearly all regions.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, so we've been to Southern Africa, in Pretoria, to Northern Africa, in Rabat, I think is it Rabat? No, in Bangui. Then in Eastern Africa, in Nairobi, and here now in Nigeria. So Illumina has do this, in partnership with AfricaBP and of course with all of the resources. So are there any more questions? If you have a question, please put in the chat box or raise your hands. Otherwise, we'll move to the next presentation. Any more questions? I can see some questions. I hope there are questions. Okay, they're just thanking you for the presentation. It's a nice presentation. Okay, yeah, looks like you're getting so many great presentations. So thank you very much, Xavier. Yeah, we look forward to the continued partnership as well. And definitely. Yeah, I understand you will be sharing Mercy's slide. Is that the case?
Yes. Now.
Yeah. Mercy is speaking next.
Okay. Let me share slides, and she just have to tell me when. Wait. When I have to move. Share screen. Here's it.
Hi, thank God. Can you hear me?
Hi, Mercy or Priscilla. Yeah, thank you very. Yeah, is this Mercy? Oh, Priscilla.
Yes, this is Mercy.
Mercy. Okay, all right. Thank you for coming, Mercy, and please feel free to present. You have you have 20 minutes to tell us about unlocking the power of the genome, Illumina genome sequencing technology. Over to you, Mercy, please.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank God. Thank you very much for going ahead of me from Xavier.
So Mercy, do you have like an earphone or because we're hearing like an echo in the background?
All right. Is it better now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Priscilla, very well. I think if Mercy can do the same, that would be great.
Actually, it's Mercy that is speaking, not Priscilla.
Okay,
I'm using Priscilla's laptop. I'm presenting from Priscilla's laptop.
Okay, we can hear you very well now. Go ahead, please.
All right, great. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you for the privilege to talk to you about the work that ISN and Illumina are doing in this part of the world. Can you please, okay, I was going to say confirm that you can see my screen, but then I remember that Xavier is presenting on my behalf. Thank you very much, Xavier. All right, Xavier, please, next slide. I will be presenting or giving a very quick talk on an overview of the Illumina technologies that we as ISN, the channel partners of Illumina in West and Central Africa, we supply and support. So a brief introduction about ISN. ISN is one of the, if not the leading supplier of biomedical instruments in Nigeria and in other parts of Africa, 16 other West and Central African countries. We've been in this business for more than 40 years. And in this period, during this time, we have been trusted by over 1,000 hospitals and research organizations to deliver their medical and biomedical research needs. And we have, a set of values that drive our organization. We're customer driven, we are performance oriented, but one key value or core value that we have is growth and development. And this value led to the partnership with Illumina some years ago, because we would like to advance genomic research and implementation across the African continent. And so the partnership between Illumina and ISN was born. And Xavier, next slide, please.
Go ahead, Mercy, please.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Xavier. So as Xavier earlier mentioned, Illumina operates through channel partners within the African continent. And for West and Central Africa, ISN is the sole channel partner for Illumina. And there are certain factors or certain features that we have that make us the ideal channel partner for Illumina and the go-to person for customers that have, or clients that need, genomic assistance, or you have researches and you need genomic technologies. Why is ISN the person or the company we believe and we strongly encourage you to come to? So over the 40 years we've been in business, we have a vast geographic distribution. Like I mentioned earlier, we deliver to countries like Gambia, Togo, Burkina Faso. So we are very well established within this area. We have an established and efficient supply chain organization. So we understand how within the African continent, supply chain can be a bit or a very big hurdle for sensitive reagents, for sensitive kits that are needed for genomic research, for example. Supply chain has to be top notch, and that is one aspects that ISN has gotten established over the years. So we deliver cold chain sensitive materials and reagents to customers at the right temperatures that are needed. We also have expertise on ground within these countries that we manage. We have field service engineers and application scientists that give after sales support to our customers. So as a company, we don't just believe in selling the instrument to you, because again, we are to foster growth and development for genomic research on the continent. We have trained staff members that install, that validate these systems, and then that train the scientists at the lab or the end users on how to use this instrument. And it's not just a one-time, one-off support, continuous support. As new products are released, we are on ground to intimate you about them and give you, continuous support. So we also provide, tailored product knowledge to customers. Over the course of this workshop, I've heard, people ask different questions. We also had somebody just ask Xavier right now, on what sort of microarray kits can be used for, camels, if you want to sequence the genomic content of camels. That's the sort of support we also provide at ISN's end. So we sit with you, we understand your project, we understand that science is dynamic, science is wide, and you might not have all the answers you need at the tip of your fingers. So we sit with you to understand, your project, and then we direct you towards the best possible offers that Illumina has that can make your project, successful. We help our customers meet their research goals, in summary. And we're also, ISO certified. If you know about the international standards, we have ISO 9001 and ISO 13485 certifications. All of these underline our goal and emphasis on delivering quality services and products as a company. All right. So this make ISN the ideal channel partner for Illumina. So next slide, please. All right. So like I earlier mentioned, we have a vast network across Africa. We have supplied companies or organizations like the HGID. We had Professor Happy speak to us yesterday, and it would we are proud to mention that the NovaSeq experts that Xavier mentioned earlier, ISN just finished installation about 2 weeks ago. So across the entire instrument base of Illumina, from the smallest ISEC, tabletop ISEC, to the biggest population genomic instrument called the NovaSeq experts within our territory, within our installed base, and we have installed close to 100 systems over the African continent, from really big centers like ASG, like I mentioned, the Nigerian Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, MRC Gambia. We have sites at Togo, Burkina Faso, NIH. So we continue to expand and work towards the goal of increasing genomic capacity within the continent. And all of this is not just install and drop. We've actually supported the sequencing and genotyping of thousands of samples across the continent, and using the data generated, for advancement of genomic work within the continent. So next slide, please. Okay, while the slide moves, okay, yeah, so this is just a pictorial representation of the sequencers and scanners that Illumina has available, and that we as a company are partnering with Illumina have installed continents, from, like I mentioned earlier, from the ISEC to the NovaSeq X Plus. We also have the iScan scanner. So we have all the systems installed and supported in their quantities and numbers across the continent. But yes, we also understand that for the purposes of the customer, or the kind of customers that we are speaking with at the AfricaBP conference, we need to prefer the right kind of tools. So genomic tools are specific. Genomic tools are contextualized based on a customer or researcher's project. So next slide, please, Livia. All right, so using the right genomic tools for the right, for the biological challenge or projects that you have on hand, there are several factors that need to be considered, from the type of sample you'll be, working on, to how much it costs, to accessibility, to the quality, to handling of this genomic data. There are several factors that we need to consider. Will you be sequencing or will you be genotyping? Either way, we would meet you. Either way, we would meet you at where you'd have a need and prefer the right genomic tool. And I will be, so I've shown, the array of sequencers and scanners that are available from Illumina rather. So I will be paying specific attention to 3 that we believe would be of great value to the members of the AfricaBP workshop. Next slide, please. All right, okay. So I'll be starting with the NextSeq 2000, the NextSeq sequencer a little over 4 years ago. It is a high throughput sequence that comes with, a number of flow cells based on the samples or genomic counts that you want to sequence. We have the P1 flow cells, P2 flow cells for the NextSeq 1000, and the P123 flow cells, and then recently the P4 flow cell that was released. The NextSeq 1K2K system is particularly prized in Illumina because it has dry cartridges. It has what we like to call the XLEAP SBS chemistry. So with the XLEAP SBS chemistry, we have, the reagents that are needed for the sequencing compact and all put together. And you have, the library preparation sequencing process going faster. You have a higher turnaround time for sequencing, and it is revolutionizing the library preparation and sequencing data analytics platform on the NextSeq system. So after you have your sequencing done, you do not need to worry about where you would get, interpretation or data analysis done from the, genomic data that you obtain from your sequencing. So on board the NextSeq system, you have a Dragon system. I will talk a bit more on the Dragon in a few minutes. A Dragon system that analyzes the data that comes from your sequencing. So, and it has, as we all know about sequencing already, over other genomic technologies that we've had in the past, from the Sanger sequencing to PCR, the goal is quick results of turnaround time. So in 12 to 48 hours, in under 2 days, we really can have, the sequencing of long genomes carried out on the NextSeq 2000, 1000 system. The next system I will be talking about, next slide please, is the NovaSeq 6000 system. The NovaSeq 6000 system is also produced by Illumina a little over 7 years ago. It has the pattern flow cell, same with the NextSeq. I think I mentioned that during the NextSeq. It has a pattern flow cell. And essentially what that means is, so compared to older versions of Illumina systems where you have a random flow cell, where cluster generation can take place randomly on the flow cell, here the flow cell has been marked at certain points, and we have cluster generation happening within those points. So that means it is easier for data generation and data analysis to take place, since we know where clusters are going to be formed and how the system can then take information, take the calls from this clusters. So the NovaSeq 6000 system has a high sequence between 0.8 to 10 billion bits. It has a very strong time of 13 to 40 hours, and it is used for enough applications that are needed within the lab. So I wanted to also talk on one more system, is the NovaSeq X Plus. If you could please go to the next slide. All right, so the NovaSeq X Plus, Illumina's prized latest baby, if I could say. This was released just last year and has already begun to make a lot of changes. As we earlier happily mentioned, we have on the continent at the moment, we have 2. One was installed, one is going to be installed very soon, and we're looking to get more. The NovaSeq X Plus is a very big instrument in terms of throughput. You can have, the human genome in a few hours. You have other applications that can also be run on it, even applications that relate to the AfricaBP researches and projects that are going on. So as far as sequencing is concerned, using the Illumina sequencers platforms, research is covered excellently across these systems and more that I have mentioned. I would also talk on, earlier I talked about how we give you tailored fit solutions. So sequencing, we have the Nexus system, we have the Nova 6000 or the X series. On the microarray or genotyping hand of things, we have the Illumina iScan system. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. Yes, so the Illumina microarray iScan system, it uses the bead-based microarray technology, bead chips. Xavier has touched on some of the examples of bead chips that are generally used around the world, like the GSA, the global arrays, and those that are custom made for the African genome, like the H3 Africa chips. We have several arrays available. We have technologies that can help to customize arrays from Illumina, that can help to customize chips to target the particular SNPs that you are interested in, genotyping for time. All of this makes, solutions tailored to the project, tailored to your research, such that we understand genomic content within the African continent, better, and we can come up with better solutions. So next slide, please. All right, so I've talked extensively on the sequencing platforms available from Illumina, but a sequencer is just an instrument. It cannot run on its own. You have to have, or you need the reagents and the kits that can work with the instrument. So Illumina offers end-to-end solutions from the library preparation stage of things, data analysis. So we have kits that cut across all the library preparation stages for your project. If you want, if your genomic content is DNA or RNA, we have through Illumina, ISM through Illumina offers, library preparation kits. Of course, I also already talked on the sequencers. And then we also have analysis solutions. So it's all well and good to have good sequencers and, sequencing runs, and you have your good metrics, you have your excellent metrics, but you cannot entirely use your ATCGs as raw data. It needs to be interpreted, it needs to be made sense of. So Illumina also has data analytic tools and pipelines and systems that helps, researchers and project coordinators. So this is the next generation from sample preparation to down analysis. On the Infinium assay workflow. So it's slightly different from the next generation sequencing workflow. And this picture right here is how to amplify DNA. You go through this entire workflow, interpret it on a data analytic pipeline, and then you make sense of the variations or SNPs that you have gotten from your genotyping procedure. All right. So I would move. I will also talk on the data analysis that I've been mentioning for a while now. So, like I said, we cannot do much with our sequences of the A's and the T's and the C's and the G's. We have to make sense of it, and that's where analytics tool comes in. And Illumina has a very powerful data analytics tool called Dragon Server. Dragon is a secondary data analytics tool. It's a collection of bioinformatics pipeline that provide accurate, comprehensive, and efficient secondary analysis. So once you're done with your library preparation using your library prep kits, move on to your sequencing and any of the sequencing platforms that I earlier mentioned. Now we need to make sense of the sequence information we have received from the sequencer. So that's where a platform or a pipeline like Dragon comes in. So with Dragon, you can get accurate results, you can get efficient results, secondary analysis done in a very short time. And next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, all right, thank you. So this again just underscores what I'd earlier mentioned, moving across the workflow for the library preparation, the secondary analysis tool that is offered by Illumina Dragon is, so it could be on board the system, like I mentioned for the NextSeq and NovaSeq systems. Instead of having the Dragon system as a separate module, you actually have the Dragon system already built within the sequencer. So you have your data analytics continuing as a continuum after the sequencing is done. So for sites that don't have sequencers with such high throughputs, maybe what they have is the ISEQ or the MiniSeq or the MySeq. We also have the Dragon as a separate module that they can also use to make sense of their genomic data. We also have the Dragon pipeline on cloud data analytics tool, like the BSSH tool and the Illumina connected analytics tool. So all of these are available on the cloud for those who do not want physical presence of server within their facility, but would rather perform the analysis on the cloud. So the Dragon server offers, or is offered by Illumina in physical server mode and online cloud mode, depending on what suits the laboratory per time. All right, next slide, please. Okay, this is just another slide that's talking about how we get data from the Dragon server. So you have your base call files for the researchers and scientists in the house or on the call. We have your base calls from your sequencing. You have those converted to FASTQ files, and then you have your mapping and alignment done within the app, and then you have variant calling and understanding where you will have some variations and aligned to a reference genome. We can tell where the variances and the variations are, and we then proceed to make sense of those possibly on the scanner iScan. All right, next slide, please. Okay, I believe this is the last slide I have on the Dragon, just to underscore how it is very applicable and very efficient, even within the AfricaBP space for Africa genomics, for agrigenomics. It can handle a large sample size, and it helps to read genomic materials that are even 5 times higher than the human genome. We already know that the human genome, the length of the human genome is about 3.2 billion base pairs. So we have some samples that are even longer, some species that are even longer than that, like the wheat species, for example, they're about 5 times larger than the human genome. You need a very powerful bioinformatics tool to be able to make sense, of that particular outline of genome. So the Dragon server comes in clutch to assist researchers and scientists with this daunting bioinformatics challenge, and you results in less than 2. All right. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. So we have heard a number of researchers talk on the goal for agrigenomics within the continent. We've seen our shortfalls, we've seen where we'd like to get to. How are ISN and Illumina joining along in this journey? We're utilizing sequencing technologies to ensure that agricultural development and research in Africa become top-notch. We no longer, I think this has been said again and again and again, so I will just lend my voice to it. We no longer want to have cases where we are sending our data out to the out of the continent to be worked on in the Western world. We have capacity. We are building capacity to have that done within the continent. We are collaborating with academic and research institutes, genomic databases, and thankfully that's one of the core goals of the AfricaBP initiative, to establish databases within the African continent, understanding Africa by Africans, but also fostering partnerships between public and private sectors, because again, collaboration is necessary. To work fast, you need to work with others. So fostering partnerships between public and private sectors to ensure that we drive innovation and we get investments, because science research needs funds, science research needs grants. So we're partnering these partnerships between sectors to ensure that the necessary funds, the necessary grants that are needed to fund this are made available even at the government end of things. So we're also empowering researchers and scientists on the knowledge side of things. We're doing better, we're growing, but we still have a long way to go. Xavier had earlier mentioned that we have just a very little percentage of the biodata genome of animals and plant sequence. So empower researchers, we want to empower scientists to be able to do this. We have conventional methods that have been used, and we think on the African continent, we've gotten some expertise and kudos for, but science is, if not anything, dynamic. It's ever growing, it's getting better. So we want to not just dwell on what has always been the conventional, but step into frontiers of knowledge, step into frontiers of empower science researchers to be able to use these technologies, from the next generation sequencing technology to the microarrays, to understand African genome, and put this information to good use. We're also facilitating knowledge transfer and capacity building initiatives to train scientists within the continent. All of this to ensure that agricultural initiatives, the agricultural expansion within Africa is not halted by anything. We have a growing incidence of scarcity of food, of diseases within certain species and strains. We're hoping that we can get to a point within the continent where, with fast sequencing and easy genotyping, we can understand what is going on, and we have healthier crops, we have healthier animals, and overall we have a generally healthier species. So these are the needs and goals and Illumina have for AfricaGenome. So in conclusion, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, all right. All that have been said so far. Essentially, concluding, we want to work together, ISN and Illumina and agrigenomics experts and researchers on the continent, to ensure that we drive strategic partnerships and bring innovative solutions. We bring groundbreaking frontier solutions to ensure that agrigenomic solutions within the continent continue to drive, continue to grow, and that we can, continually advance agrigenomic research and development within the continent. We invite everyone within the AfricaBP, committee and the initiative to, and we're sure that in some years to come, we would see more growth, more advancement within this region as we work together. All right. Yes, next slide. Thank you very much for listening. That brings me to the end of my presentation. So these are contact details. I heard someone earlier asking for ISN's contact details. Yeah, so these are contact details. Please feel free to reach out. I can also drop my own email in the box in the chat section if anyone has a need to reach out to me. But yes, that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. We'll take questions now if there are any.
Oh, thank you, Mercy. That was a comprehensive presentation. You have some questions in the chat box. People say nice presentation. Someone is asking, is there any collaboration with Ethiopian Institute yet? So I'm not sure which of the Ethiopian Institutes Alemu means, but you can respond to that, Mercy.
Yes, thank you. I heard the question. So yes, at the moment, ISN supplies or is only handling the territories of West and Central Africa, but of course, Illumina is all over the continent. They are channel partners, like Xavier earlier mentioned, within that region, that's East Africa, Ethiopia. So we can connect. If you could just drop your email or send me a message, or Xavier would connect you to the partners on that end if you have questions, definitely.
Yeah, thanks, Mercy. The next question is, in terms of cost, could you share an idea on the cost of sequencing an animal sample? So I'm sure this is a bit vague because it varies and there are so many things. I mean, feel free to decide if you want to, but you can just provide a brief brief scope. You know, I can pick up an example, maybe one in the public domain and stuff like that to make your point.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for that question. But like what I was trying to underscore or really emphasize from my project and from my presentation, particularly in the earlier slides, was that we give tailored solutions to customers, right? We don't just give you systems and say, hey, come and buy this. So if you have animal sample species you want to sequence, would like to understand what would work for you, what system is best for you. Are you sequencing? Are you genotyping? What kind of library prep tools will you be using? What kind of chips will you be using? So it's not a straight answer I can give you, as it were. So if you would love to have that conversation with you, if you have animal samples you want to work on, let's talk, and I'm sure that we can come to some arrangement that would be favorable.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mercy, because at the workshop in Southern Africa, something came out very clear in the practical workshop held with separations, Illumina and separations, and they did this video. And in that video, one of the participants in mid to senior career said something. You know, they were like, what did you take out from this workshop? And she said that before she attended the practical, she was thinking that everything about sequencing is how much money do I get? What is the next piece of equipment I want to get? You know, because you have the money, you are a mid-career scientist. It's like, okay, if I have excess amount and I can't get the equipment Z, can I get half of that equipment, maybe Y, to do things? And after the workshop, she realized that that is not how to actually look at it. You know, there are so many things that kind of going into it. And as I see this question now, I reflect on that. You know, like it was an interview just as we finished this practical workshop. Separations and Illumina did like an interview, and I've actually kept that video, and I've used it to engage people. In fact, even in one of our points on, you know, the relevance of some of this practical workshop, I use it to engage some very senior people in terms of at a global level. And the idea is that sometimes with some of this practical workshop, it's not an avenue for you to sequence the whole thing, but it provides some insight. For instance, in this mid-career scientist, now she said that now it's now very clear for her that it's not just about the money and the things. So many things go into it, and I'm sure it's not a straightforward answer to Alemu, you know, when you mentioned that. So
I would just also like to state, sorry to just cut you off, thank God. So for this particular person that asked the question, so usually the way we attend to customers, if you reach out to us, oh, I want to get this, would sit with you. Like I said, we have specialists in the house. We have, like, Xavier is the specialist within the agri-genomics space. We have clinical specialists. We have specialists, you know, within the reproductive space. So if you have, you know, a research, a project, you have goals you want to attend to, we'd sit with you, really understand your project alongside you, and then give you what works best, or point you along the, you know, sequencers or library prep tools. Just provide resources that we believe will fit your project best. And then from there, we can then start to discuss pricing. But we don't usually just leave a price, and we really do want to come along with you to ensure that we understand your project, and we also understand that pricing is an issue. So of course we'll have that discussion about, you know, budget and, you know, where you'd like to see the project going financially. So again, custom made, tailored fit solutions per person.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that is also the importance of this regional workshops, because I think it's uncovering some of those things. And I must say, I have shared that link. It's like, it was very, I saw, in fact, in one instance, one of the participants said that she's a PhD student, and all of a sudden, for many, many years, she has always actually had to prepare samples and ship off for sequencing. But the practical in separations in South Africa was the first time that she was able to actually do hands-on. And it was really interesting to see how you move the theory you learn into practice. So that was very good. So we'll move to the next point. Alemu is asking about, again, share opportunities, internships, and trainings. It's a great work over but it needs to expand to East Africa. So I'm sure you've answered this, Mercy, already.
Yes. So for opportunities on internships and trainings, from time to time, we have workshops that we organize similar to this. We have workshops that we organize. We invite customers, we invite early career scientists just to train them and to help them understand the technology. And we invite them for more extensive workshops. we could also share that information. Please drop your email addresses for me in the chat, and we'll get those information across. But from time to time, we send out emails and information on workshops and trainings that we organize on the sequencing technologies from Illumina. So we'll be sure to send that across to you as well.
Perfect. Thank you. I think one more thing, people want to know if you are happy to share slides. I know sometimes with the industry, it's not so straightforward. So yeah, if you're not happy to share, then you let them know where they can get more information, online results and stuff like that.
I would look at the slides we share with the organizers of the AfricaBP committee. I'm sure they'll get it across to the participants. But yeah, we'll make this available to the team.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mercy. Any more question on at the physical location control? Do we have any question from you guys? I don't think you connected. So in the absence of additional question, thank you, Xavier. We will then take a short break, and we'll be back at the next speaker. We're going to because we are a bit 1 hour or 45 minutes behind. So we want to reshuffle a few things because our next speaker is coming precisely at 12:15, hopefully. So we'll then return back to my talk and also looking at Justin Idozo's talk as well. So let's take a short break and return in 25 minutes. That would be 12:15 and GMT +1, 12:15 Nigerian time and London time. Then we will listen from Professor Justin Peter, the director of the West African Virus Epidemiology. He'll be talking about plants. So if some of us enjoy plants, genomics, bioinformatics, then this will be a great talk to listen to as a keynote. See you in 25 minutes, 12:15.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Hi there. My name is Atley Mwila, the application specialist for genomic services here at Ingaba Biotech. After going through all the projects and videos submitted for Ingaba Biotech Africa BP Genome Challenge, I am pleased to let you know that we finally have a selection of projects and videos that you, the Africa BP community, will have to vote for an opportunity to get those projects sequenced for free on our PacBio Hi-Fi system here at Ingaba Biotech. How did we get to Ingaba Biotech Africa BP Genome Challenge? One might ask. Well, back in 2021, Ingaba Biotech launched the inaugural Ingaba Biotech Genome Challenge 2021, where researchers across Africa had to submit their project proposal as well as the motivational video for an opportunity to get their species of interest sequenced on our PacBio Hi-Fi system. Now, in recognition of Ingaba Biotech's 20th anniversary in 2022 and the partnership with AfricaBP, the 2022 version of the Genome Challenge was dedicated to the AfricaBP community in an effort to assist AfricaBP to advance their goal of sequencing species of great importance on the continent. Now back to the selection of the videos. The following project videos were selected based on the following criteria. The species must have scientific relevance, economic value, biodiversity and conservation, and must be of cultural significance. Please watch the following project video until the end to find out how you vote for your favorite video. The titles of the project will be in the comment section below, and the project with the most likes will automatically be selected as the winner. Don't forget to subscribe to Ingaba Biotech YouTube channel and turn on the notification button so that you don't miss a thing. Get as many people to like your project to stand a good chance. Good luck.
So the Greater Good initiative is really going to open us the door of the genetic diversity of camels at the worldwide level, which really we cannot attain with our efforts alone. This will be a great opportunity to hopefully find new variants and variants that can be useful for the community, for livestock traits of economical interest.
We were doing work with sheep and goats. We had a relatively small sample that we genotyped initially, and the grant Illumina provides will allow for additional genotyping, so we almost tripled the number of animals. And awards like this allow us to do genetic and genomic discovery, and the discovery will hopefully lead to ways to feed people better.
Cowpea is a legume, so it produces a very protein-rich grain. So it's very important for food and nutritional security, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. We needed to improve the genetic knowledge of cowpea, and that's the essence of where the Illumina iSelect fit in, which was supported by the Agricultural Greater Good initiative.
We're focusing on crops that are important in African diets. Sometimes you just need something to jumpstart you. For us, it's made a huge difference. We're creating sequence on species that have zero DNA sequence in them, and we're able to do that quite efficiently.
The major emphasis of our research has been on enhancing the crop productivity in chickpea, pigeon pea, and groundnut. The most satisfying thing for me is when we see that these technologies, they are being used in developing better varieties, which will be helpful to farming communities.
One of the things that should be said about the award is that it's really a big contribution in helping researchers both in plants and animals with reagents and activities that are associated with developing countries.
So my experience working with Illumina has been fantastic. Anyone working in a kind of omics-enabled capacity on a crop that has any relevance to the developing world should absolutely apply for a Greater Good Initiative award.
Hi there. My name is Atley Mwila, the application specialist for genomic services here at Ingaba Biotech. After going through all the projects and videos submitted for Ingaba Biotech AfricaBP Genome Challenge, I am pleased to let you know that we finally have a selection of projects and videos that you, the AfricaBP community, will have to vote for an opportunity to get those projects sequenced for free on our PacBio Sequel 2E system here at Ingaba Biotech. How did we get to Ingaba Biotech AfricaBP Genome Challenge? One might ask. Well, back in 2021, Ingaba Biotech launched the inaugural Ingaba Biotech Genome Challenge 2021, where researchers across Africa had to submit their project proposal as well as the motivational video for an opportunity to get their species of interest sequenced on our PacBio Sequel 2E system. Now, in recognition of Ingaba Biotech's 20-year anniversary in 2022 and the partnership with AfricaBP, the 2022 version of the Genome Challenge was dedicated to the AfricaBP community in an effort to assist AfricaBP to advance their goal of sequencing species of great importance on the continent. Now back to the selection of the videos. The following project videos were selected based on the following criteria. The species must have scientific relevance, economic value, biodiversity and conservation, and must be of cultural significance. Please watch the following project video until the end to find out how you vote for your favorite video. The titles of the project will be in the comment section below, and the project with the most like will automatically be selected as the winner. Don't forget to subscribe to Ingaba Biotech YouTube channel and turn on the notification button so that you don't miss a thing. Get as many people to like your project to stand a good chance. Good luck.
So the Greater Good initiative is really going to open us the door of the genetic diversity of camels at the worldwide level, which really we cannot attain with our efforts alone. This will be a great opportunity to hopefully find new variants and variants that can be useful for the community, for livestock traits of economical interest.
We were doing work with sheep and goats. We had a relatively small sample that we genotyped initially, and the grant Illumina provides will allow for additional genotyping, so we almost tripled the number of animals. And awards like this allow us to do genetic and genomic discovery, and the discovery will hopefully lead to ways to feed people better.
Cowpea is a legume, so it produces a very protein-rich grain. So it's very important for food and nutritional security, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. We needed to improve the genetic knowledge of cowpea, and that's the essence of where the Illumina iSelect fit in, which was supported by the Agricultural Greater Good initiative.
We're focusing on crops that are important in African diets. Sometimes you just need something to jumpstart you. For us, it's made a huge difference. We're creating sequence on species that have zero DNA sequence in them, and we're able to do that quite efficiently.
The major emphasis of our research has been on enhancing the crop productivity in chickpea, pigeon pea, and groundnut. The most satisfying thing for me is when we see that these technologies, they are being used in developing better varieties, which will be helpful to farming communities.
One of the things that should be said about the award is that it's really a big contribution in helping researchers both in plants and animals with reagents and activities that are associated with developing countries.
So my experience working with Illumina has been fantastic. Anyone working in a kind of omics-enabled capacity on a crop that has any relevance to the developing world should absolutely apply for a Greater Good Initiative award.
Hi there. My name is Mwila, the application specialist for genomic services here at Ingaba Biotech. After going through all the projects and videos submitted for Ingaba Biotech AfricaBP Genome Challenge, I am pleased to let you know that we finally have a selection of projects and videos that you, the AfricaBP community, will have to vote for an opportunity to get those projects sequenced for free on our PacBio 2E system here at Ingaba Biotech. How did we get to Ingaba Biotech AfricaBP Genome Challenge? One might ask. Well, back in 2021, Ingaba Biotech launched the inaugural Ingaba Biotech Genome Challenge 2021, where researchers across Africa had to submit their project proposal as well as the motivational video for an opportunity to get their species of interest sequenced on our PacBio 2E system. Now, in recognition of Ingaba Biotech's 20th anniversary in 2022 and the partnership with AfricaBP, the 2022 version of the Genome Challenge was dedicated to the AfricaBP community in an effort to assist AfricaBP to advance their goal of sequencing species of great importance on the continent. Now back to the selection of the videos. The following project videos were selected based on the following criteria. The species must have scientific relevance, economic value, biodiversity and conservation, and must be of cultural significance. Please watch the following project video until the end to find out how you vote for your favorite video. Get as many people to like your project to stand a good chance. Good luck.
So the Greater Good initiative is really going to open us the door of the genetic diversity of camels at the worldwide level, which really we cannot attain with our efforts alone. This will be a great opportunity to hopefully find new variants and variants that can be useful for the community, for livestock traits of economical interest.
We were doing work with sheep and goats. We had a relatively small sample that we genotyped initially, and the grant Illumina provides will allow for additional genotyping, so we almost tripled the number of animals. And awards like this allow us to do genetic and genomic discovery, and the discovery will hopefully lead to ways to feed people better.
Cowpea is a legume, so it produces a very protein-rich grain. So it's very important for food and nutritional security, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. We needed to improve the genetic knowledge of cowpea, and that's the essence of where the Illumina iSelect fit in, which was supported by the Agricultural Greater Good initiative.
We're focusing on crops that are important in African diets. Sometimes you just need something to jumpstart you. For us, it's made a huge difference. We're creating sequence on species that have zero DNA sequence in them, and we're able to do that quite efficiently.
The major emphasis of our research has been on enhancing the crop productivity in chickpea, pigeon pea, and groundnut. The most satisfying thing for me is when we see that these technologies, they are being used in developing better varieties, which will be helpful to farming communities.
One of the things that should be said about the award is that it's really a big contribution in helping researchers both in plants and animals with reagents and activities that are associated with developing countries.
So my experience working with Illumina has been fantastic. Anyone working in a kind of omics-enabled capacity on a crop that has any relevance to the developing world should absolutely apply for a Greater Good Initiative award.
Hi there. My name is Atley Mwila, the application specialist for genomic services here at Ingaba Biotech. After going through all the projects and videos submitted for Ingaba Biotech Africa BP Genome Challenge, I am pleased to let you know that we finally have a selection of projects and videos that you, the Africa BP community, will have to vote for an opportunity to get those projects sequenced for free on our PacBio SQL 2E system here at Ingaba Biotech. How did we get to Ingaba Biotech Africa BP Genome Challenge? One might ask. Well, back in 2021, Ingaba Biotech launched the inaugural Ingaba Biotech Genome Challenge 2021, where researchers across Africa had to submit their project proposal as well as the motivational video for an opportunity to get their species of interest sequenced on our PacBio SQL 2E system. Now, in recognition of Ingaba Biotech's 20-year anniversary in 2022 and the partnership with AfricaBP, the 2022 version of the Genome Challenge was dedicated to the AfricaBP community in an effort to assist AfricaBP to advance their goal of sequencing species of great importance on the continent. Now back to the selection of the videos. The following project videos were selected based on the following criteria. The species must have scientific relevance, economic value, biodiversity and conservation, and must be of cultural significance. Please watch the following project video until the end to find out how you vote for your favorite video. The titles of the project will be in the comment section below, and the project with the most likes will automatically be selected as the winner. Don't forget to subscribe to Ingaba Biotech YouTube channel and turn on the notification button so that you don't miss a thing. Get as many people to like your project to stand a good chance. Good luck.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the second session. So I was thinking we can hear from Professor Justin Peter as a keynote speaker, but I can't see him. Do we have Professor Peter on the call yet? Do we have Professor Peter on the call yet? For the next session, we're just going to swap the session, some bits of the commercialization session, we're going to come back to it. Then we're going to go to the crops and livestock improvements and health session. I'm just trying to see if we have Professor Justin Peter, the director of the West African Viral Epidemiology, on the call. Professor Peter, are you joined with a different name, please? So let's just give Professor Peter 1 more minute. I just want to be sure he's not having issues. Okay, so it looks like we won't be having Professor Peter speak. Let me see. So maybe we can just go to the next presenter, just go back to try to follow the serialization. Maybe we can have the oral presenter speak while Professor Peter comes on board. Do we have the oral presenter 18? Minima, S.O. Zoma, Nnom? Are you on the call? Please put on the chat box if you're on the call, so I can give you the co-host right. Oral presenter 18, Minima. So we're trying to wait for the next presenter, Justin Peter. If he doesn't join in the next minute or two, then we would move to Justin Idozo. We talk about the overview of the MyAfroDNA perspectives on supporting African BioGenome Project initiative. So let's just try to see if they join. Someone is saying no volume. Could you please, can people hear me? If you can hear me, just comment in the chat or wave. All right, people can hear me, so definitely not. So for who is saying they can't hear me, yeah, for those that can't hear me, please. For Elijah, please check your system. We're just trying to wait on Justin to come on board. Yeah. Justin, I'm going to make you the co-host so you can share your screen, and I'm going to ask you to unmute. Justin will tell us about the MyAfroDNA perspective and supporting African BioGenome Project. Justin, please go for it. You have 20 minutes.
Sure. Just give me a second. Can you all see my screen?
It's trying to come up, maybe a few seconds. Now it's up, so you can just maximize and put in slideshow. Perfect.
Excellent. So you can all see my screen now, right?
Yes, go for it.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. Esteemed guests, people of AfricaBP community, and of course, my alma mater, the University of Port Harcourt. I am Justin Ezediozu, and I'm the founder of MyAfroDNA. I'm really, really excited and delighted to be here today, and I'm going to present to you a talk, and the title, as you can see on the screen, is entitled An Overview of MyAfroDNA and its pivotal role in supporting the African BioGenome Project objectives. As you can see, basically from my screen, I know that right now is no longer news, right? That Africa is blessed blessed with a lot of resources, both in biodiversity, cultural heritage, and of course, human genomes as well. For me personally, I am actually a senior scientist in genomic medicine, and my focus really is on humans. So basically, my AfroDNA was born out of, a problem that we are encountering in human genetics research. Actually, despite the Africa's diversity or rich diversity across even in biodiversity and human genomes, we are still underrepresented in genomics research. And really, this is a huge problem for advancing medical research. So what's happening really is that Africa has like the most diverse genomes. As you can see in this pie chart, what we usually do whenever we are researching genomes or we are trying to look for cures or targets for developing new medicines is that we research thousands or hundreds of individuals, right? And then we find out what genes or targets are driving those diseases. And such genes or targets then become things that we can then target for developing therapies. So most of that research has been done, but they've been done on people from other ancestries, and just very, very few have been done in people of African ancestry. Yet Africans have the most diverse genomes. So the issue with that is that this gap in knowledge hampers efforts, to identify new targets for developing drugs that could eventually lead to improve health outcomes, not just for Africans, but people from other ancestries as well. So it's on this basis that my AfroDNA was established in 2020, and it's been registered both in the US and in Nigeria to enable equity in genomics and translational research. So my AfroDNA basically is a research-driven company. So it has a vision to ensure that people of African ancestry benefit from advances in both genomics and translational research. And how are we doing this? We're doing this by actually providing a lot of services. One of our key services really is on providing research support. So basically, we support researchers that are interested in integrating cutting-edge genomic approaches to pursue their research. So we partner with a host of researchers, both from hospitals, we partner with physicians and researchers in different academic institutions that are interested in utilizing genomic approaches to pursue their research questions. We also provide professional training and also consultation services. So, and actually, before we conduct research in any African communities that are underrepresented in research, we actually have an approach that we kind of like integrate. And this is called like a community engagement based approach. As you can see, I was one of the authors of this particular recommendation or guidance for improving diversity in participation in genomic research. So what happens really is that in the past, when people approach communities where they want to do genomic research, sometimes they go to communities where they don't really understand. And because of lack of trust, sometimes people actually feel like they may not necessarily trust the people asking those questions. And sometimes because of that, they don't participate in such research. So we've developed a strategy where this strategy, we adopt it during, before, and after research to ensure that people are gaining trust with people that are asking them for their biospecimens for genomic research. And this has been working since we've integrated it or adopted it into our recruitment strategy. Sorry, just 1 second. So my AfroDNA really is, we are kind of like modeled to benefit everybody. So what we do really is that if we are doing like a population scale genomics research, when we collect samples from underrepresented African communities and we try to sequence them, we also try to make sure that in return, these African participants also get back their genomics data. And at the long run, this genomic data is also going to be free for the providers, and the providers then can use this to make informed healthcare decision, and they can also use it to design personalized medicine and personalized care for their patients. And then African researchers at the end of the day are also going to have free access to such data sets, and they can use that as well to pursue their research questions. While African communities and then our governments as well, like our health agencies, can also utilize any information that we're getting out of our genomic research to design maybe public health intervention strategies. So we have a very, very robust system. As you can see clearly, our entire process from sample collection, from participant identification to biospecimen processing and downstream analysis is very, very robust. So everything is well characterized, full process, standardized, and we're ensuring that at the same time as well, we're protecting information of participants that we're recruiting for most of our genetic studies. I'm not going to go into all the bits on this block here, but really what this is showing is that we are basically covering a lot of like downstream analysis when we get samples from our genetic research. And again, our support really for genetic research is really agnostic. So we basically are not focused on one therapeutic area or one disease. We're basically supporting several therapeutic diseases and then different diseases in these therapeutic areas as well. So because we have over a decade of expertise in the field of molecular biology and human genetics research, we basically can support provide end-to-end solutions. So basically from research design, sample acquisition, all the way down to the lab work and then analysis of the data and dissemination of results. So one of the key services that we also provide is molecular testing service, right? So what we do here is really we support researchers and clinicians and institutions interested in integrating cutting-edge genomic approaches to, again, pursue their research endeavors. So here, really, I'm going to break down some of the basic molecular techniques, biology techniques that we offer in our laboratory. So we offer things like gene expression analysis, and this really is used when, for example, you're interested in understanding the profile of maybe a gene or a transcript that you want to use to understand maybe a driver of a particular disease. We can help with designing your assays as well as helping you to run them. And we're actually going to do this in a very, very cost-effective manner with a very streamlined and fast turnaround time of within 3 days. We also provide genotyping services. So for example, if you're interested in understanding the genetic makeup of maybe a plant or an animal or any species that you have, basically, we are able to integrate, again, cost-effective workflows to ensure that you're getting this. If you're in the human genetic sector and then you're interested in understanding pharmacogenetic variants as well, that maybe drive maybe variability in responses to a particular drug, we can also help with conducting that kind of research as well. And we can provide the results within 14 working days as well. So sequencing, we also have a sequencer in-house, and we have been doing a lot of sequencing since our establishment. Our facility is in Port Harcourt, located in GRA. With sequencing, we can help you really to uncover the genetic makeup of whatever you have. It could be like a plant species, and it could be a microbial species, it could be human species, just any species that you have as well. Or if you're interested in sequencing a gene or any target, we can help you to design a cost-effective approach to also do some sequencing of any sample that you're interested in sequencing. And then we also do biomarker testing. So we have a very comprehensive chemical analyzer that can run over 40 tests. And then we can also do hematology analyzer as well and analysis as well. And really, if you're interested in understanding, biomarkers that drive diseases and you want to you have like plasma, serum, or blood samples, or any kind of like biological fluids, we can help you to run and design such kind of assays. And with this, our turnaround time is around 21 days. We are also one of the fastest providers of paternity and relationship testing around the axis in the Niger Delta. We really can provide fast turnaround time of your paternity testing results within 5 days. So our accurate paternity testing service helps individuals and families to establish biological parentage with confidence. So if there's any interest in this, we can also help to provide this service. And I mentioned earlier about sequencing, but really one of the main things that we do, right, is that we actually are specialize in species identification. So if you have a tissue of any kind or sample of any kind, and you're interested in understanding any pathogen that is present in that sample, or you have plants and then you don't know the name of that plant and you would like to do plant barcoding, or you have an animal and you're not really sure of what species or kind of animal that is, once we get your sample, we can isolate DNA and we can really go down to species level resolution, getting you your results and reports within 14 working days. So here, what you can see here is an example of a research that was conducted in the lab, where recently it was just a small task by the scientists to identify species of 2 plants that are common in our environment. And this is really one of the first biological sequencing experiments that was done in our lab. And that's why for us it's a legacy experiment, because here what they did was they isolated DNA. They quantified DNA to perform PCR using the plant barcoding primers. They purified them, and then we sequenced the amplicon. And as you can see clearly from the slide, on the left side of the slide, you can see that the species identified here, the Isora and Trima species, are plants that are kind of like common in our environment. Since then, we've been receiving a lot of like projects, and we've supported several collaborators that are interested in doing a lot of plant barcoding, and we have a lot of projects right now in our queue. So if there's any interest in this kind of service, this is something that we routinely perform as well. And again, I was mentioning earlier that one of the things that we do in MyAfroDNA is that most of our solutions are cost effective. And this is really part of our commitment to building capacity in life science, especially because we are very, very committed to ensuring that diversity in genomic workforce is actually enhanced. So 2 of the things that we're doing really to achieve that goal is, one of them, most of our solutions that we're providing are cost effective. And because we have a lot of expertise in this area, we can really design these cost-effective methods for you to answer your biological questions. And of course, we also host a lot of like training. Most of our training are heavily discounted, or sometimes they are even free. Like this coming Friday and Thursday, I think we are hosting a free workshop as a collaboration with Africa BioGenome Project, and 10 participants really are going to get free hands-on training on basic molecular biology skills as well. And yes, this is exactly what I was talking about. And this was a cost-effective workshop that we held in 2023. And this again is a flyer for one of our workshops, as you can see here highlighted in red, our workshop that is also going to take place this Thursday and Friday. So one of the things, like I mentioned earlier before we started this talk today, was we talked about how MyAfroDNA is basically going to support AfricaBP's project objectives. And yes, there are numerous ways. Of course, one of the ways really is that we're going to help with banking, biobanking. So we're going to provide technical expertise and resources needed to biobank samples. So we have the right storage systems, we have steady electric supply. So we basically can provide biobanking services, supporting researchers that are affiliated with Africa BioGenome Project to host their samples and ensuring that samples have the right integrity to be used for downstream molecular biology applications. And then, of course, we can also provide training where it's needed, to advance any of AfricaBP research activities. We also provide molecular biology. We can also provide molecular biology solutions. So we can support with biological sample processing, nucleic acid isolations, quantification, and quality checks, so, including dissemination of results where needed as well. And we can provide consultation services for AfricaBP researchers. So for example, you're thinking about doing a biodiversity research and you don't know where to start from. If you reach out to us, we can basically advise on, how you can pursue that kind of research. And then one of the thing that I didn't add here is that we can also help people with securing grants. So grantmanship is something that we also have a lot of experience in. So if, for example, you're thinking about doing molecular biology research and maybe you don't have the funds for it and you're thinking about applying for grants, especially this is for the PIs, with those kind of investigators, we can collaborate with them to ensure that they are getting the research that they need to pursue their research questions as well. And yes, we have a fantastic team here that have a broad expertise from genomics, ethics, to everything that we need to actually accomplish all the goals in MyAfroDNA. So the work in MyAfroDNA is not really done by one person. As you can see, we have a very, very robust qualified team that can help to deliver the molecular biology solutions. And I think some of our team members are also on the floor today, and there should be around somewhere on site in University of Port Harcourt. So if there's an interest in any of our solutions, please reach out to them and we can help you facilitate your research. And once again, I think this is really going to be my last slide, and it's already 20 minutes, and I'm probably going to take questions, but I want to thank you all for giving me your time to speak to you today.
Yeah, thank you, Justin. It's a good presentation. I think you have some questions in the chat box. People are asking that they are interested in training. So perhaps how do they get the training? Someone said, are there free training links? And I think all of this borders on training. And what is the application link or something for the training? Will you be live streaming the hands-on workshop?
Yeah. Yes, that's actually a very good question. Obviously, one of the good things, right, that we're actually in a very, very good era right now when it comes to like training Africans for molecular biology research. It used to be very, very difficult today, but right now with opportunities like this that we have in Africa BioGenome Project, there will be loads of opportunities for people to train on. Now, there were some people that were selected, obviously very, very few of them, because of the limited resource that we have for practical training that is going to happen on the 9th and 10th of this week. But AfricaBP, as well as other people these days, have a lot of training opportunities for people that are interested in, advancing their skills. And of course, you can reach out to us and reach out to me as well if there's any interest, and I can point you to some of those opportunities where you can train on some basic molecular biology techniques.
Thank you. Someone is asking, how can we get guidance for grants for our molecular biology research? Another person said, please, I am interested in grant. How does you go about it?
Yeah, so I think is something that we can approach on a one-on-one basis, because everyone has different kind of research questions and interest. So once I know, what that research is, and what the investigators' interest is and their qualifications, I would know what, would be appropriate for them at that point to kind of to pursue. So they can reach out to us. We have our team on ground, or drop their emails or contact details, and we can reach out or follow up with them as well.
Yes, thank you, Justin. Do we have any further question? Control room? The people on site? I don't think there is question. I don't think so. Okay, thank you very much, Justin. We're gonna move from Justin Idiozu to Dr. Justin Idiozu to Professor Justin Peter. So it's a good transition. So Professor Peter is the director of the West African Viral Epidemiology. He's more into plants, genomics, and bioinformatics, and he'll be talking to us about the West African Viral Epidemiology progress and perspective. I'm just going to check progress and perspective. Professor Peter, you are a co-host now. Please unmute, and you have 30 minutes to give your keynote speech, please.
Thank you so much. Shall I share my screen, please?
Yes, please. Yeah, you feel free to share.
Sure. So, do you see my screen?
Yes, please. Go ahead, Prof.
Okay. Okay. I will put my timer also. I'll briefly put my video so you can see me. I'll say hello to everybody.
So we can put match the name to the face. I mean, it's
yeah. So to increase my bandwidth, I will stop the video, please, because my connection is not too good today.
All right, that's fine, Prof.
Thank you. And I'm apologizing for coming late. You know, when you are in a virtual presentation like that, when the minister come, they call you and you have to go. So sorry about that. So I would like to talk today about West African virus epidemiology. The title that was given to me by the organizer is Wave, Progress, and Perspectives. I would like to thank the organizers to invite us to present Wave to this forum, to this platform. Thank you so much. So we all know that food security is a big issue in Africa and even in the world. And really, we are a project that is dealing with food security because we have people to feed. WAVE provides quality research and facilitates a coordinated delivery of research finding and product to stakeholders across the value chain to boost plant health system across Central and West Africa. Yes, it's research, but research for development. So we do a lot of R&D, capacity building, and outreach. We are funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office since we started. WAVE really is built from the bottom up. It was created by African scientists themselves. One famous president said, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. And these scientists that you see here on this screen, from 10 West and Central African countries decided that they want to do something for their country, they want to do something for their region. They noticed a lack of surveillance for plant diseases, a lack of early warning system, a lack of rapid response, and they took the matter on hands. They went and looked for funding to deal with those problems. So WAVE was launched in 2015, and we started with 7 countries that you see on the screen in green. And later on, we moved into 2019 during the phase 2 to 10 countries. And WAVE was established as an ECOWAS Regional Center of Excellence in 2021. And we have just launched what we call the WAVE Bridge, a bridge from project to a legal institution that we are trying to build for sustainability. So what is important to us is really working together and putting local leadership in front. So we are working with NAS, and in the 10 countries where we are working, we are hosted by whether it's the National Public University or the National Agricultural Research Center. So WAVE is today a consortium, an alliance of 13 NAS in 10 Central and West African countries. Our model is simple. The NAS should be in the center. And we should be the interface between the customer and maybe the advanced laboratory, the CGs. Because this link directly is from the advanced laboratory to the customer, smallholder farmers, extension agencies, traditional rulers, government is not working. It's not working. We are better served by ourselves. So what we cannot do, then we can work with the big centers to address those things, but we define and co-design the problem, the solution with the customers. Because when you are in an open waters, all those big centers, the CGs, they can cruise in very high speed. But when it's time to deliver the product of the research to whoever needs it, it's become problematic because the path is narrow and it's difficult. You have to change the vehicle, you have to change the method, you have to change the messenger. And that's why WAVE was created. We have unleashed the power of togetherness for productivity in West and Central Africa. You see all the partners we are working with around the world from this part of Central and West Africa. Our moonshot is really to expand the WAVE model to other crops and to other countries and to establish an efficient plant health system for food and crop security for all in Central and West Africa. And we are using root and tuber crops and viral diseases to develop and test our model. The crop that we are using is cassava, which is a staple crop. I don't have to present cassava to you here. All of us, we know how important cassava is for us. If there is no cassava, there is no Gary. There is no cassava, there is no Acheke in Cote d'Ivoire, no Gary in Nigeria. So, but we have problems with viral diseases of cassava. Those diseases that you see on the left here, on the side, cassava mosaic disease, create about 40 to 70% yield loss. The one on the right, cassava brown streak disease, you have 90 to 100% yield loss. And both diseases are spread by the small, tiny whitefly that we see on the leaves here, but also by cuttings. When the plant is infected, the virus remains in the plant. And when you use cutting from this plant for your next plantation, then you propagate the virus. But we have an opportunity here because this virus, the cassava brown streak disease, is not yet in West Africa. And this is a window of opportunity for us to be proactive. That's what WAVE is trying to do, using cassava and this disease as a model. You see here, there was an epidemic of cassava mosaic disease in Uganda in the 90s. And on the left of the screen, you can see the yield before the epidemic. On the right, you see what the farmer got. From this epidemic, we have about 30,000 to 3,000 people passed away because of famine. And this epidemic was due of a recombinant virus between the blue and the yellow. The virus took the code protein here, small piece here, and this yellow segment had the epitope for whitefly transmission. And we had also a high abundance of whitefly but in the front of the disease at this time. And we developed, I did it for my PhD, we characterized the virus, we developed resistant material. And when this resistant material was developed, the breeder took it and started diffusing everywhere in Uganda. And without even asking any more advice to the virologists that we are. So for lack of multidisciplinary action, the solution became a problem because this resistant variety, cassava, variety resistant to the UG, was sensitive to another disease, the CBSD, the brown streak. And this is the origin of this epidemic that is moving toward West Africa right now. This model here, the simulation that you see here, shows that if we have the first incursion in Cameroon, Nigeria, for example, will be fired. That means there is no more cassava in Nigeria. And this is if everything is done, normally it's going to be around 2038. But if today somebody take a cutting affected by this disease and bring it to Nigeria and plant it, immediately this will happen. And the whole region will be on fire. And we cannot wait. We have to find solutions. That's why we've thought that we have to do something. We have to work on capacity building. We have to work on several other aspects. So we built laboratories. Here on the left, there was a tree. We cut it. Today you go, it's in Eastern DRC. That's the laboratory that we built, equipped. We have rehabilitated, constructed 13 laboratories in those 10 countries where we are implementing WAVE. 9 out of the 13 are fully functional, and the other we are working on them to be totally functional. Here you see the latest laboratory that we opened that was in Sierra Leone. That's the only molecular biology diagnostic laboratory in Sierra Leone. Was built, equipped, train everybody only by WAVE. We also train students, master students, PhD students, and we are also working on gender because we have to push to have more female biologists. But we just not train them to train them, but when we finish, we get the PhD, we equip them for their career. And for that, we were working with awards, which is a gender specialist program. We work on strengthening financial management capacities for all those hubs we are working on. You know, now we have problem with handling money, with handling funding. So today, over 13 hubs where we are working, we solve this issue. Data management, we have, I'm not going to spend too much time on that. We really have developed a powerful regional database that we call the Cube, the Wave Cube. It's a very interactive one whereby the data are cleansed with an automated system, and the cleansed data can be used in different other formats. Here, for example, you can use Power BI to visualize the data. It's really interactive. Here it's the 2020 survey that we made throughout West and Central Africa. And we have several filters for you to view the data and see what is happening on this particular site in a particular country in a particular year. I'm just going to go. So the science we are doing is really science to drive policy or to anticipate. This is what is important to us. It's not just to publish. It's really to anticipate and make correct policy based on science evidence. Although we are focused on the pathogen, but we also need to work on the host. We have to know what is happening on the host. So we are genotyping currently all of the cassava that are grown in 14 countries, West and Central African countries. And here, for example, you see only one character of the petiole, of the color of the petiole, and you see the distribution. You see the purple one is planted, is used in some part of the country, of the continent. Why? There is an answer to that. But we don't want to be talking about variety anymore. We like to talk about genotypes. So that's what we are doing. We have more than 6,000 accessions. This is the biggest collection of cassava that we are developing right now. The vector, if you look at our surveys, the vector is fueling epidemics and everything. You look in northern Nigeria here, in 2015, you see a high population of whitefly vectors. And you see that this whitefly population is moving throughout the years. And we suspect that there is a speciation through this transect here from Tanzania, Rwanda, Central Africa to Nigeria. And we are working on understanding what is happening here. Is it climate change? Or is it just speciation due to other factors? Also, the environment. Cassava is grown in the soil and underground. We need to know what is happening there. So we are working on characterizing all the microorganisms that we have around cassava. And this we are doing with Cambridge through an NSAR, a project called NSAR2 Africa Bridge. It's not wave only. We work with IITA, Aris University, National Root Crop Research Institute in Mudike, Nigeria, Wageningen. And this is a multidisciplinary approach. You know, we have learned that from Uganda. But we do also measure the impact of our work. And we have building a community of practice of socioeconomists, training PhD in socioeconomics to measure the impact of the wave work. Modeling is so important because we can use that to predict and to see how we can find a solution. Here, for example, this model that we developed with Cambridge University shows that on the left, if we do not do anything, that's how CBST will spread in West Africa. But if you can deploy strategically resistant varieties, you can stop the spread. And this is shown here. How can we do it? Where can we get those varieties? When shall we start? You know, this is thing that we are pushing with the government. With the pathogen, we are really developing quality data and characterizing all the viruses that are infecting cassava in the region. Identifying the cassava virus, we are doing that with CIRAD, in collaboration with CIRAD, and training one student, PhD student called Otran Daniel. We are developing accurate diagnostics. If you see here on the left, it's the diagnostic that was applied before. On the right, you see all those light blue dots that were not detected before, but now we could, because with using NGS, using many other strategies, has been able to have accurate diagnostics. Here, same thing, all the red dots were not picked. Here, you have a lot of symptomatic negative samples with all the tools that were used before. We can now, with our improved diagnostic method, pick all the viruses infected cassava. And this was just published. We have noticed, for example, a gradual emergence of some strains of cassava viruses. Cover to discover. Here in 2022, you have the incidence of the disease, but you see that we were not covering Guinea, Liberia, Republic of Congo, and Central African Republic. So we decided to go and do it with our funds. And when we did it, we noticed that Sierra Leone, for example, still have the highest incidence of the disease. But in Guinea, somewhere next to Sierra Leone, we have also some very severe symptoms. So we have been able to collect some samples from Guinea, and we came to our laboratory in Burkina Faso, and we characterized what was infecting cassava there. And what we found was this virus, the devastated virus that was in Uganda, the one I did my PhD on. 27 years later, it is here now in our backyard in Guinea. So because Guinea and Sierra Leone are very close, and because of the high incidence that we have in Sierra Leone, we decided to focus on the border Sierra Leone and Guinea. And using Sanger sequencing and using NGS, we rolling cycle amplification and nanopore sequencing, we have been able to show that this dangerous virus, the DNA virus, is also in Sierra Leone. And in some plant in Sierra Leone, you can find the three viruses in the single plant. This is a cocktail, knowing how those viruses can recombine and also. So it's a very, we are at risk. We have one epidemic of RNA virus coming from the east, from a disease called CBSD. We have another front now we just discovered in Guinea and Sierra Leone coming from the west. So all this region here, Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, Togo, we are at risk because those two diseases are progressing, and there is a synergistic interaction between the two. We know it has been documented. And when we have problem with cassava, we know we go to banana. But banana also is infected with another virus, dangerous virus called BBTD, banana bunchy top disease that this virus is creating. And we have some incursion of BBTD already found in Nigeria and in Benin. But this disease is ravaging banana plantation right now as we speak in Rwanda and in Tanzania. So we are really, really at risk. There's a bloody war that will happen here in our region. Between our eyes, we need to do something. That's the reason why WAVE has organized a high-level and technical dialogue in March, the recent March, where we really pushed our minister, our government, to do something. We have 5 ministers from 5 countries who came to Cote d'Ivoire here, and all the director of plant protection of the 10 countries where he is working on were here. We have ECOWAS people, we have CORAF, we have all the critical actors to discuss how we're going to do that, how we're going to solve this problem and contain this epidemic from spreading in Guinea and Sierra Leone and beyond Guinea and Sierra Leone. And WAVE has already started because we have been able to secure some money to start something. Our team, as you can see, are on the ground in Guinea already, supported by the administration in the country wherever we go. So what we'll have to do also is really to harmonize policies and do all that. And we have some funding from European Commission and we are working with CORAF to do that. Our goal here, for example, is to reverse the tide, turn Sierra Leone from red to green. We can do it. We have the way to do it. It's not enough to be right, you also have to be effective. So those science evidence we are developing need to be used to drive response. Because here in this simulation, you can see that by certifying the planting material, we can reduce the impact of a disease. Even if it's not a complete certification, 95% certification is good. So we have to push our government to do that. That's what we are doing. That's why we develop some response plans in all the 10 countries we're working, and using all the actors. And those plans need to have a stakeholder buy-in. The minister buying, but also the traditional rulers. You see all those kings sitting here with us, talking to them. We have to also have farmers buying. We've really worked with farmers. Here it's Covenant University, where we brought all the extension officers, seed multipliers, and we're doing a campaign. We have to train NPPOs. In Nigeria, in Burkina Faso, we have reached and trained a lot of seed multipliers, extension agents in the use of Neuro, which is a smartphone application that can be used to detect diseases. We need to really be able to have a strong convening power. We develop those response plans. We have to do drill to test if they are working or not. And here in Nigeria, we made a meeting, we organized a meeting where we wanted to have all the actors agree on how the drill will be implemented. And in that meeting, we have 31 out of the 36 permanent secretary of agriculture who attended the meeting. This was never done. That shows how important cassava is and how important WAVE has buying in countries, in local countries. But we have to align our mission, not nationally only, but regionally. And that's the reason why we work with ECOWAS, and WAVE is really now a regional center of excellence for transboundary plant pathogen. Here you can see some of the labs in Cote d'Ivoire and the authorities inaugurating the regional centers of excellence. We are working not only with ECOWAS, but also with ICAS. That's the reason why we are in 3 countries in Central Africa, DRC, Cameroon, and Gabon. And the goal is to implement WAVE in all the 11 countries of the region, Central Africa. We also went and worked with FAO, with the IPP Secretariat. They are trying to implement what they call APP, African Phytosanitary Program, which is similar to what WAVE is doing. So instead of duplicating effort, we decided to consolidate effort. So WAVE is now going to work with FAO, with IPPC, and IPPC will leverage on WAVE to leapfrog its program in the region, because we are already in 7 of the countries in West Africa and 3 in Central Africa. So what I wanted to show to you is that it's from the bottom to the top, from the scientists to FAO. We got endorsement at the national level, on the regional level, and now we're going to go at the global level. And so what we'd like to show to you is that local leadership is critical. Phytopathologists, we need to move beyond our comfort zone laboratories and engage with key stakeholders. WAVE, as you can see, has a robust network of NAS, a proven model that can be easily adapted to other crops and countries, a task force of scientists with deep ground knowledge gained throughout the years. We've been around now for almost 10 years. A team that is fully embedded in national system and collaborate with farmers, seed multipliers, policymakers, and other stakeholders. So this is the outcomes of our work so far. We improve pathogen surveillance, technical skill, enhancement, enhanced capacity to manage, all the list here, but it's just a start. We need to be able to continue. And when we talk about perspective, WAVE really would like to become a hub, a big hub for plant health. And that is really our goal. We would like you to help us to fund our vision for impact, collaborate with you on our research, engage on policy response, and benefit for our service, because we also offer some services, but I do not have time really to go into detail to that. So I would like to thank BMGF FCDO, European Union, our donors, the WAVE partners, the institution hosting WAVE, WAVE country directors and staff, and African BioGenome Project for inviting us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Justin Peter. So quite a lot of things there. So I've been following your work, Prof. And of course, I know we've probably been chatting for a long time now, right from 2020. We're going to open the floor for questions. But before that, I have one question I wrote down, Prof, is how can WAVE and AfricaBP better work together? How can we partner? Because I can see areas whereby we can do this at the regional level, and now we have some plant species that we've sequenced as well, and we're trying to scale things. So we are more into generating high quality genomes, and then the breeders or people that want to use it can then use those data. So we've sequenced some genomes with nanopore, with STLFR, the MGI Tech STLFR plant species. So I don't know, we've done some with PacBio, but maybe perhaps also with Illumina. But I think the ones I'm sure about is the plant data with genomes we've sequenced with this tree technology. But it would be nice to see how do you potentially see this, like a partnership framework between AfricaBP and WAVE. And just to mention that with AfricaBP, we are a continental project. You probably know about us because I know there is one of your staff, I'm trying to remember his name now. I mean, he was also part of this. So it's a continental project, mainly working with African institutions. And our goal is to sequence the genomes on the ground, and analyze it on the ground. So because we believe that by doing that, it might take time, but by doing that gradually and over a long period of time, consistently, we'll build the necessary capacity needed. So please just feel free to respond, Prof.
Yeah, thank you, thank God. We have to work together. Like I said, with a multidisciplinary effort, but with our advantage, we are with our capacities. I know that we do some sequencing. We can do some, but we're not expert in that. So it's better to go to the experts, and the experts, AfricaBP is the expert in sequencing, and we need to do this expertise. So I think that taking into account comparative advantage, WAVE has a niche, and AfricaBP has its niche. So it's how can we together, understand and go together for funding. And that's the best way to develop and write proposal together, taking into account our advantage, comparative advantage. That's what I can say.
Yeah, so I think, Prof, I would like us to take this further up, perhaps not in this, looking at the funding and the joint proposal that we can put together. So because the essence of this workshop, again, is to be able to uncover things like this in a very relaxed way. Last year, we were able to, come up with 2 proposals for fellowship, and that gave us 15 fellowship for the project. And one of those fellowships is a leader fellowship, and the African scientists will spend 1 month in Africa in a genomic institution, and then 3 months at the University of Illinois, and then they'll return back. And the other one gave us a 10 fellowship, whereby they will spend some time in an African institution in Morocco. And we'll have another plan, just to mention, another plan fellowship potentially that will be coming up in September. We're currently drafting the concept note, and that will see around 15 African scientists spend time in one of the African institutions to sequence African genomes, and we're hoping to potentially have one CGI center and one of the corporations as well. So I think that is the essence of this discussions. It kind of provokes that action and gets things moving. So I would like to for us to discuss this further outside the meeting. Perhaps I would arrange a time for us to engage to see how we can make it work. Perfect. So I'm going to go to the chat to see if people have information. So someone is saying, thank you, Prof, for the information. Someone is saying, how did they become a member of WAVE? Prof, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, like I said in my presentation, we are working with countries. We just want, when we talk about integration, in Africa, it's not only talking about political integration. We need to have scientific integration. And that's what we think we can have that at the level of a NAS, because for sustainability, we need to base our action on the existence, what exists in the countries. And I think the NAS is a good place to start. Public universities or National Research Agricultural Center. And that's where we start. We're not engaging somebody at a personal level, but an institution. So if you are, for example, we are not yet in Liberia, and we are, Liberia is knocking at the door, and we are discussing with Liberia, and we are going to seek donors fund to work with Liberia and to bring Liberia in. So that's the way we function.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. I think I agree with you, because at the national level, that is where the problem is. And I think it's also something that AfricaBP also identifies with, and we also work with national centers as well, in terms of like maybe biodiversity institutions or conservation institutions and stuff like that. Because one of the challenges often is that you find the national center is where perhaps the policy is made, and then but the actual work is not made there. Then you try to get approval for things and stuff, and there's a disconnect between the science and the policy and stuff. I do definitely agree with you, Prof. Okay, I want to know, do we have any question from the online any online participant? Please feel free to raise your hand, or you can, if we have questions from the on-site participants in Port Harcourt, please message or raise your hand. If we have questions from Control, please, Control, let us know. I'm just going to check the chat box if there are any further questions. Yeah, Prof, people wants you to share your contact or slide. I mean, it's up to you, Prof, so you decide. Yeah, the essence of this workshop is to create those connections and stuff like that.
Sure. I'll put my email address and my phone number, WhatsApp phone number in the chat.
All right, thank you, Professor Justin Peter, the Director of the West African Viral Epidemiology. Professor Justin Peter is based in Prof, just remind me again, Ivory Coast, Cote d'Ivoire. Yeah, I didn't want you to remind him. I want to remind myself because.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Prof. We'll aim to see you again. Hopefully, you honor our invitation in the near future as well. As you know, this is a regional workshop. Today, we have many people from across the West African sub-region, and many of them in plant, animal, in different industry, academia, research. You know, what have you? Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Yeah. We'll move to the next item, the next speaker, Professor Charles Adetunji. Professor Charles Adetunji will talk to us about application of bioinformatics in resolving global challenges using circular and blue economy. So, Professor Adetunji, could you have 20 minutes? So please share your slide. I'm gonna give you the host right. So please, could you please unmute when you get the host right?
Yeah, good afternoon, Prof. Thank God, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. It's good to see you again.
Nice to see you. Thank you very much for inviting me. Is my slide visible?
Yeah, we can see it. If you could please make it slideshow, that would really be great.
Is this fine now?
Yeah, it's fine now. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. So thank you, Prof, and everyone in the house. This morning, I'm so delighted to talk to you about application of bioinformatics in resolving global challenges, mostly in perspective of circular and blue economy. Now, as we know that after COVID-19, many nations are still struggling to come back and resolve their major challenges. But thank God for bioinformatics and some other novel techniques that help us quickly to resolve these challenges. Recently, we just published one of our work in Lancet, where we established some of these issues about COVID-19. I will say that means there is a clear scope for all of us as a scientist to revitalize the Nigerian economy. And if we are to do that, we have a lot of things to do. There are so many challenges that is very paramount to us. Talking about environmental to food security and a lot of other things. So circular economy has been a tool that we can use to approve and achieve this kind of sustainability in our environment and a lot of things. There are a lot of questions that comes into context. How do we use digital revolution to attain and assure sustainable development? How do we achieve a sustainable city, a sustainable food and ocean? Well, we produce graduates. What do we have in them? Are we turning them to entrepreneurs? I have attended a lot of summits talking about bioeconomy, economy, and a lot of other things in Germany and many parts of the nation. The content is that we have a lot of things. We are blessed with a lot of things. We might be black, our brain is not black, but we do not have the capacity. I was part of the G20 summit that represented Africa. I was talking about this same topic on bioeconomy. So what are we going to do? Global challenges in circular and blue economy require innovative solutions. And bioinformatics is a very powerful tool that we can use to achieve this. What is bioinformatics? We all know it's an interdisciplinary field that develops method and software for understanding biological data. It involves a lot of computational tools to analyze, interpret, and visualize a lot of it. But circular economy aims to maximize waste. In Africa, in our home, in our daily activity, we generate a lot of waste. But most of these advanced countries have turned this waste to billions of dollars. Bioinformatics can help us to achieve this. So circular economy is a concept that can help us to minimize waste, reusing and recycling our regenerative products and of material. There are many principles of circular economy talking about design of durability and recyclability, resource optimization, closed loop system, collaboration and innovation. What is the importance of circular economy to sustainable development? It promotes resource efficiency, stimulate economic growth, foster resilience, contribute to climate changes. Now, there are so many advantages about some of this economy, talking about circular economy. Challenges faced could require in achieving circular economy, talking about cultural behavioral barriers, technological limitations, economic incentive, market barriers, regulations and policy, and a lot of other things. What is the role of bioinformatics in circular economy? Many of our bioinformaticians, but how do we now incorporate this circular economy? And mind you, since the migration from the linear economy to circular economy, many of these countries have not recovered. I saw some of these nations, they are turning their plastic waste into t-shirts. You can see the t-shirt on the board. Many of them will produce plastic water. We just throw them away, causing a lot of anthropogenic activity. And until when we embrace circular economy, many of these things don't grow. Another point is the data analysis and modeling of resource optimization. Without bioinformatics, many of us will have wasted our resources. But bioinformatics will give you a straightforward number of parameters you need to optimize. You don't need to waste many resources. The data analysis can involve machine learning, algorithm, statistical modeling, can be used for identification of inefficiency and a lot of other things, so that you don't have to waste. So analyzing data is very important. Optimization is very important. Integration of data platform and digital twin can also stimulate circular economy, which can allow many stakeholders to evaluate the environment and how it could be. In genetic engineering, this has been used a lot. We've used bioinformatics in the synthetic biology. We can now produce meat inside the laboratory. We can generate a lot of this. Bioinformatics has enabled development of bio-based material, renewable energy, and provide a sustainable environment. In terms of bioremediation, bioinformatics have also played a role. Volatilization of waste, bioconversion of many products into useful products. And medicine bioinformatics also for genome editing, metabolic pathway, and a lot of other things. In microorganisms, bioinformatics has also played a role. Also in the context of circular economy, we have, like my research team have produced biosurfactants using bioinformatics and other techniques, metabolomics, to produce a lot of useful products in terms of production of biosurfactants. And these have done a lot of things. And because many of these synthetic surfactants are not eco-friendly and very costly. So my research team have produced surfactants. We have optimized, we have standardized. We've used bioinformatics to produce, and we've also be able to add it to a lot of elements. I will produce a patent in that regard. And these are some of the textbooks my group have also produced in terms of biosurfactants. So we show that bioinformatics is a tool that will help us. We can also use it for predictive analysis for waste management. Also, integration of certain technology, Internet of Things device, geographic information like GIS with bioinformatics can produce proper monitoring of waste. In Germany, you can tell the people that will pack your waste. So there is Internet of Things, artificial intelligence that help us, machine learning, that help us to minimize the amount of money that we are now using on that. So we can minimize and store that money. That means bioinformatics has emerged as a powerful tool that can provide valuable insights on how we can manage waste. Also bridge that between biology and computer and development. In terms of biodiversity and decomposition of waste, we can use bioinformatics as a standard to identify microorganisms that have superior biodiversity capability, develop composite efficiency and breaking down. They have used it in many nations that have produced a lot of waste. So bioinformatics is a very powerful tool that can ensure circular economy. In terms of optimization, production of enzyme, bioinformatics can also help us. Some of my research work also does with exotoxicology, and we have used bioinformatics to optimize the best optimum condition for management of waste. And these are the patents we have documented. And I would like to encourage every one of us, let's not do research. Let's try to document invention, patents in all of that. So life cycle assessment is another, which form a kind of informed decision, help us to analyze impact material to their life cycle, sustainable design and production of choices, and a lot of other things. So not only that, we are planning for a sustainable city. It has been stipulated that the whole world is going to increase drastically to 9 billion in the year 2050. So bioinformatics is one of the tools that can help us to achieve a sustainable and a smart system. I remember when I was in Wagini, there's a lot of things I saw in Wagini. Yeah, we burn all our maize shaft, maize grain, but you can see what they are turning that in Netherlands. They are producing agricultural waste into reduced use of plastic. Now, you can see milk. We produce a lot of milk in the northern part of the country. You can see they are turning milk waste into t-shirts through the help of bioinformatics and all of that. Cocoa pod, we produce cocoa pod and we waste them again and turn them away. They are turning them to conflict they use in the exporting grass and all of them. Not only that, University, research institute, and industry needs to form a kind of consortium before we can achieve a sustainable and a reliable economy. So I went further to see some of the universities that have ensured circular economy. You can see Elimatantin, Era Center, Arizona University, and a lot of other universities in Europe. They have based their economy, and university is a hub that helps in repositioning a lot. So role of the university have a role to play because there are several techniques that needs to be adopted. In terms of research development, university has a role to play. I remember of recent, I was recognized by Serbia for some of my work that are contributing to sustainable development goals. So we need to design most of our bioinformatics research, discuss with the industry, what do you need? What should I focus my research on? Where do I direct that? We must understand the gap, go to the community, produce a prototype, and take the technology back to the community. It must be about community-based. We must not resolve education and training, capacity development, on top of that, policy and government support. We are doing bioinformatics, but government need to talk in place. I've been invited by federal government and the Senate president to come and address the congregation about how we can use bioinformatics and other sustainable emerging techniques in resolving the global problem. So we need to talk to the politics. We cannot just be doing research and keep it. Entrepreneur hub, we need to focus attention and pay attention on this. Blue economy is another way. God bless us with a lot of river and ocean. We refer to sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, improve livelihood, and environmental protection. So it has a lot of different aspects, talking from marine, tourism, transportation, and a lot of other things. So many universities have boosted the economy of their country using blue economy. And from the screen, you can see many of these are coming from Rhodes, Nottingham, that's why University, Murdoch University in Australia, and many of them. So blue economy has come to stay, but we need to focus how we can use bioinformatics to exploit some of these bio-natural available material and how we can use it to boost our economy. Now, having said that, potential of blue economy is in terms of economic growth and job creation, food security and nutrition, renewable energy, biodiversity conversation. Now, environmental economic challenge in blue economy. Overexploitation of marine can be a problem. Marine and a lot of other things, climate changes, social governance, and a lot of other things. That means bioinformatics also have a role to play in circular economy. Talking about addressing the global challenges, blue economy also has its own challenges, but through the help of integration of bioinformatics, we can resolve this. So I put some case study globally together, where people have used bioinformatics to boost their economy. In terms of metagenomic analysis for enhanced waste recycling, bioinformatics can help us. In terms of fishery management, bioinformatics can help us, and genomics can help us. Different data approaches in coastal zone also, it can be another way. So we need to exploit a lot of success story in bioeconomy. Like we have a lot of bioresources that can use to produce many drugs, a lot of fishes, a lot of other things. I remember some of the achievements we have done in my lab is discovery of a feed that can use to feed animals. And we've used biotechnology approach in this regard and bioinformatics to compare the genes of strains that could break down to keratin. And we have done that. I remember when I was at Landmark, I saw a lot of feed that being popped together. So what we did is that we gather and isolate genes of interest from soil that's using metagenome that we can use to produce reliable keratinase enzyme. And we have been able to produce animal feed. You can see the waste there, and we have done it using mobilized enzyme. And also, we produce the, also many of us produce waste like banana waste, cassava waste, field waste, but we have been able to use metabolomics and bioinformatics and to produce useful products that we are now using in our lab. Not only that, we've been able to use bioinformatics and other allied techniques to isolate strains that can eat plastic. So we need to ensure that. Also, we have also used some of this to produce edible protein and film that can extend food. Some of the recent work in my lab involved the use of cytochrome P450 in bioremediation. So we use a lot of bioinformatics to ensure that we analyze analysis of physiochemical properties of some of these strains that are in the environment that can bioremediate. We have been able to establish the motif location, distribution of conserved motif of these bacillus strains, how they have it. We've been able to establish the sequence logo of the 5 motifs of this sequence, and we have done the phylogenetics analysis to show the evolutionary trends and the homology of these traits that we can use in bioremediation. We have established the gene structure analysis, both the intron and the extron, 3D homology model of different strains, model parameter analysis using regular plots, and also some of my students have also worked on how we can use bioinformatics and bioremediation, remediation of heavily polluted environment. We have established some localization of these strains, and this is showing the 3D crystal structure of this strain. And also, not only that, and also in agriculture, we've also used bioinformatics to analyze functional genes that are present on viral virus because we produce cassava a lot, and this has been established. And Melinda Gates also supported us. Another major breakthrough we have done using bioinformatics and biotechnology is the production of human bone, because allografting and a lot of things have been a major challenges. But through the use of bioinformatics and biotechnology, we've been able to produce human bone from egg waste and crustacean web and snail waste. And of recent, we got a patent from the federal government, and we have documented that. So this is showing the bioclass of that. Also, that means that on blue economy too, we could improve our financial trends because of a lot of opportunity. There might be challenges and opportunity, but there is a need for policy implication. Government need to come into policy implication and regulatory people need to be there. We need to harmonize standards and regulation, incentive mechanism, extended producer responsibility is right. Global collaboration. Without collaboration, we cannot boost global economy. You can see the rate of dollars and pounds and everything now, but we can harness what we have. We are blessed with a lot of natural resources. So there is a need for collaboration between bioinformaticians, blue economy, and a lot of it before we can do that. So future prospects, future holds a lot of things for bioinformatics to drive sustainable in terms of circular and blue economy. Advancement in data analysis, computational modeling, biotechnology application will help us a lot. What are the future challenges and direction? Emerging technology in bioinformatics for circular and blue economy. We need to integrate blockchain technology, artificial intelligence, machine learning, synthetic biology, bioengineering, continued innovation in synthetic biology, gene editing, bioengineering techniques. These are the things that can help us to resolve the global problem. So how do we overcome technological and ethical challenges? We need to focus more on data piracy and security, technology accessibility, and capacity building, ethical consideration and social impact that related to genetic manipulation, environmental justice, social stakeholder engagement, public dialogue, ethical framework. So, in conclusion, bioinformatics represents a transformative approach that can help us to solve the global problem. I have shared some of the things we are doing in our lab, and because of time, I might not be able to present a lot of things. But leveraging on the biological data analysis and computational tools, bioinformatics can drive sustainable resource management and innovative product development, thereby conserving the natural environment and pave way for more resilient environments. So the major thing we've been able to establish during this lecture is that bioinformatics play a crucial role in advancing circular and blue economy. That is necessary for data analysis, genetic engineering, and predictive modeling. Circular economy is a focus that needs basis on waste minimization, and we've also highlighted a lot of case study and emerging study. So call to action that we need to focus on is that the importance of integration of bioinformatics to circular and blue economy to promote sustainable development and biodiversity conservation and climate resilience is very important. We need to focus more attention on need to advocate for increase in investment in research and education, infrastructure that can support bioinformatics and technology. Now we are talking about CC-MAS. We need to integrate bioinformatics as a course, and a lot of other things need to be prioritized. We need to collaborate with industry, not just working at research level, university level. Industry need to come to play so that project developments need to come. And science communication is very, very effective. We need to take and key into that. There is a need to encourage policymakers, business, civil society to prioritize innovation and steward for natural resources. So on this note, I would like to thank Prof. Thank God, Professor Julian Osuji, for inviting me to give a talk. I'm very, very grateful. Thank you for this golden opportunity. I do not take it for granted.
Thank you, Professor Charles Adetunji. It's nice to see there's several things that this can do. I think what the task ahead of us is how to then implement this thing at scale. Professor Charles. And I think, how do we continue to innovate this? So I'm just going to open the chat box and see if anyone have questions for you, Professor Charles. I'm just someone is saying, what about the pollution that can be caused through rematuring or recycling? Do you want to take that, Professor Charles, and take alongside the question that says, what about carbon
can you repeat it again? Let me hear again the question.
Two people, one person, or Ayorinde Oluyemi, is asking, what about carbon footprints? So, I mean, I'm not sure about the context of the question. And the second question is, what about the pollution that can be caused through recycling, remanufacturing or recycling? So that's from Ayorinde Oluyemi. So maybe shall I give? Yeah, I think it's so far it's just 2 questions. Yeah, so far it's just 2 questions. Do you want to answer that, Prof?
Yes, okay. Let me have the question so that I can.
Okay. Let me just copy it and paste. If Ayorinde permits me, I'm just going to copy it and paste.
I saw one on carbon footprints.
Yeah, that's so.
Footprints refers to the total amount of greenhouse gases, primarily talking about CO2, emitted directly or indirectly on human activity. They include from our driving car, eating home, goods and services. So calculating our carbon footprint might involve various factors like energy consumption, transportation, diets, and waste generation also. So I agree with you. So once you are able to estimate your carbon footprint, you can step in how to reduce it. Then using energy efficient application by choosing a sustainable transportation option, like eating a plant-based diet, recycling, they are also part of circular economy that we can focus attention. So reducing carbon footprint is crucial, like you said, most especially for mitigation of carbon climate changes, since excessive greenhouse gases emission can contribute to global warming and associated impacts such as rising sea level, extreme weather events, and biodiversity loss.
Thank you, Professor Charles. Did you also answer the question that has to do with remanufacturing and recycling? Did you mesh them all together?
Let me check it.
So just after the carbon footprint, he said something about what about the pollution that can be caused through remanufacturing or recycling?
Okay, let me check the chart and see the question. Remanufacturing, yes, it's.
So I'm just going to paste it here. So I just pasted it just now. And then
let me see.
Referenced him.
Okay, what about the
pollution that can be caused through remanufacturing? Actually, he meant remanufacturing or recycling.
Yeah, that is another emerging area that we needed to focus attention on, because remanufacturing also, like he has said, can also be a very great challenge. But it's not really a challenge also, because we have a lot of environmental benefits, but can also contribute to pollution if not managed properly. One, in terms of remanufacturing pollution, they can restore used product like new condition. Recycling pollution also is another emerging trend that we needed to focus attention on, because it has potential to generate pollution, particularly during collection, sorting, processing of material, transportation emission from collecting recyclable energy use in a recycling facility can release pollutants during this recycling process itself. So like mentioning emissions from melting down metal for plastic can also contribute to pollution. So I agree with you totally. But to mitigate all this, we must ensure we use clean technology, efficient transportation, proper waste management, and design for environment. design products which we manufacturing and recycling in mind, making them easier to disseminate process with minimal environmental impact. So if we can incorporate all these practices, I'm very, very sure remanufacturing, recycling can significantly reduce environmental pollution while promoting a more sustainable and smart city I have talked about.
Thank you, Professor Charles Adetunji. So I don't know if this is a question. Someone is asking, this is really amazing. Prof, please, is there any internship or mentoring slot? I'm currently doing MSc Bioinformatics. So this, I think this is, I don't know if this is for me.
We do a lot of training. So if you want to join my research lab or you want us to collaborate, I share my contacts on the screen. I've shared it just now. So you can contact me and we can talk and discuss the way forward. It's very, very possible. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, Professor Charles. It's nice to see you again.
Thank you, Prof.
I hope you join us again. All right.
Thank you, Prof. I'm so happy for all the good work you are doing.
Yeah, thank you. So we have just two more presentation. Actually 2 or 3, depending on if the oral presenter is around, and then we can retire for the day. So let me see if the oral presenter is around. Do we have oral presenter A10 Minima SO Wanzoma Nom? Please comment on the chat if you are participating online, or if you are participating remotely, online rather, or on site. Please comment so I know. The second, someone is saying, yeah, I think I'm going to respond to that very quickly. So just give me a moment. Okay, I don't think we have Minima on the call. Then we'll just go to one of the presentations that we missed yesterday, and then a final presentation from me. So I would actually, me and Julian, so I will speak last. Mainly I'll be talking briefly what we achieved last year, what we're doing, and where we are going with this regional workshop. So I would actually encourage us to stay on to the end so you can hear my presentation if you can. So I would like to call on Dr. Victor Ezebiro. He missed his presentation yesterday, so please do feel free. Are you on the call, Dr. Victor Ezebiro? If you're on the call, please, where are you going to be presenting from? Are you on site or online? Please comment in the chat box. Dr. Victor Ezebiro. Okay, is it control? Is it speaking from on-site, the on-site location? AC Puto, is Victor speaking from the on-site location? Because we can't hear you. You're on mute. So I have just asked you to unmute. Control. All right. I think now you've actually unmute. Okay, I can see that Victor will be speaking from the on-site location. So and then after he finished speaking, then we'll return back to the online location.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Carry on, Victor, please.
All right. Going to be using this platform to speak now.
So we can't see the slide. So I don't know if they put out what. Okay, all right, we can see the slide now. It looks like it's coming up. Okay, just put it in presenter mode and then we should be good to go. Yeah, I think you can just close the all tools on the left, just click the close and then that should just resolve it. Yeah, close the all tools. Look at the...
Can you see the slide?
Yeah, we can see it, but it's like almost 3/4 of the screen. So if you close the all tools, the export PDF, yeah, that one, yes. Okay. Yeah, I think we're fine now.
All right. Good day, everyone. My name is Dr. Zabiro Victor. I work at the Regional Center for Biotechnology and Bioresources Research, University of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. And I want to talk on the effectiveness of the ribulose bisphosphate carboxylase gene for the classification of indigenous plants. I don't know if you can share it because I'm trying to move around the slide. Okay. Okay, this one. All right, so the ribulose bisphosphate carboxylase gene is part of the DNA sequence and is being used for the classification of plants. And this particular presentation is actually meant to highlight the efforts that the African BP also is making towards getting the indigenous plants that are available in Africa sequenced, and to also show the challenges and how this need has actually existed and prevented the progress of classification even in the country. So besides the fact that the carboxylase gene is conserved, there are also certain variability that actually means that despite its conservation in most of the plants, it can actually be used for identification, and you can actually also differentiate species and get to understand or identify the different organisms specifically. So like I said earlier, we want to get the efficiency of the RCL gene in the classification of selected plants. So I'll be looking at few plants that we have studied and how these few plants have turned up in terms of ease in classification and identification. But what's the problem? Why are we looking into this? I wrote here rich biodiversity, but few sequence depositories containing indigenous sequences. We realize that most times when you sequence plants or any organism from Africa or Nigeria precisely, you have a challenge of precisely identifying them. This is because when you search the database which is available to us, the NCBI and some of the Asian-based databases, you realize that you're seeing sequences that are not exactly what you sequenced. I mean, the database, the ones that are already deposited at GenBank, may not be exactly what you're looking out for. And sometimes you could even see very low percentage similarity. Meanwhile, you know that you're looking at the gene sequences, they are clean, and you're looking at all the protocols that you have adopted, they are clean, but you're not getting the search, your blast is not corresponding to what you want to get. So in that case, for some of the things we did, DNA sample collection, collected different plant samples from across River State. Then we also did DNA extraction using routine kits and checked, of course, purity and concentration, quality check and size, and then went ahead for the amplification And the target gene, like I mentioned, was the RBCL gene, after which we did sequencing of this RBCL gene and then analyzed the sequences using the bioinformatic tools. So this some of the plants so far that we've looked at. If you look at this, you see Oryza sativa, sativa, not saliva, and Ipomia, batatas, Xanthosoma sagitifolium, and Colocasia esculenta. So these are normal taxonomical ID for these plants. But when you do your DNA extraction and try to amplify the RBCL gene and to identify them, sometimes you see other species popping up from the gene bank, and this usually poses a challenge towards your proper classification of this organism. So we will just go through some of these experiences that we have. This is just the genomic results that we got from some of the sequences that we've done and the amplification of the RBCL gene, the image you're seeing. Then, so this is a sequence gotten from a particular plant that is rice, our popular rice, that's Oryza sativa. And if you look at this sequence, normally this appears clean, so you're not expecting to blast the sequence and begin to see unrelated species and genera. But take a look at this one now. So this is a blast result from that sequence. So you're seeing Oryza sativa, glaberrima, rufipogum. Now, this top 10 blast search of this sequence, normally for something that is that clean, you're supposed to see the species lined up here, but you are seeing different kinds of species in this single blast. Now, the issue here now is that it poses a lot of challenges in classification, because when you do your phylogenetic tree, you're going to be struggling to narrow down and pin the evolutionary history of that particular sequence that you have gotten to be able to say this particular plant is this based on your CB blast search. So these are some of the challenges. Now take a look at another blast search from a sequence obtained from Colocasia esculenta. Now, if you look at this, you also see even another genera popping up in your top 10 blast search. Now, this actually doesn't really say very much about your sequences. Now, look at the percentage identity. You are seeing certain two genera having almost the same percentage identity. So how do you narrow this kind of sequence now to say that this is the identity of this sequence? And this is some of the challenges and why I think that the initiative of African BP trying to sequence indigenous species is commendable, because part of the challenges that over the time we've come to realize is that some of these sequences are originating from different countries, different continents, and it's difficult for you to be comparing a sequence gotten from Nigeria with a sequence coming from Mexico or a sequence coming from China, and you are now using that basis to determine the identity of that sequence. And you see this a whole lot of the time. And even when we want to proceed to do accession, these sequences, it becomes a big challenge, because sometimes you could see a return of low identity, low similarity, because what you have probably named it is not actually what it is. And it's posing a lot of challenge for people in taxonomy trying to classify these plants, because you are having a situation where you're having conflicting genera having the same similarity percentage. And I think that this is coming from the fact that there are no proper sequencing of this indigenous species. So the whole genome sequencing have not been performed and well annotated such that if we have our depository where we've sequenced these genomes and kept them, so it becomes easy to properly identify this, and you won't be seeing this kind of confusion, because for organisms like bacteria that have been collected, people have been collecting samples from Africa, from Nigeria, and sequencing abroad. Most times that you've had whole genome sequencing on, most times you realize that you don't see this kind of problem when you do a blast search, for example, and you're seeing the top 10. You're supposed to see, if you have a clean sequence, you're supposed to see almost the same, at least the same genus, and likely the same species on your top 10 blast, not having mixed genera in your top 10 blast. So this, the sequence of the last Colocasia esculenta that I showed you, and if you look at it, you see that this is a clean sequence. So you're not supposed to be having that conflicting, and the only explanation is that we don't have enough depositories of our own indigenous sequences, which makes classification and identification of indigenous species for now challenging. All right, okay, this is even a more terrible one. If you look at this blast search, you're seeing a whole lot of genera in a top 10 blast search, and some of them having the same percentage identity. So this causes a lot of confusion in classification. Even when you do distance analysis, do things like phylogenetic analysis, it's still sometimes you can be seeing two different genera in one clade for a pure plant that you sequenced. That's challenging. Now, if you want, somebody can make the argument in microorganisms, maybe like bacteria or fungi, maybe, and you say there's contamination. But in cases of plants where you just picked a leaf from a plant, that's only can be explained because we don't have depositories of indigenous sequences. All right, so we can go on and on and on and talk about that, but this just to tell you that yes, the RBCL gene is effective in classifying plants, but there are a lot of challenges because of lack of depository gene bank depositories in Africa that have collected sequences directly from indigenous organisms. And also, despite that the RBCL gene is actually conserved, there are a lot of variation that can, lead to such problem, because you might be seeing mutation in RBCL gene that is actually spread across other genera that can be conflicting in those. So we're not saying that the only reason why you can find that is because of lack of depository, but we are trying to say that it can be contributing significantly to such difficulty in classifying indigenous plants.
Sorry,
Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Victor Ezebiro. So I was about telling you that you have like a minute or your time is up to make the presentation. So thank you very much. I would just see if there are people that have questions for you. Does anyone have question online for Dr. Victor Ezebiro? Any question? Please put it in the chat box or raise your hand, then I'll see it. Use the... Okay, otherwise, on site, are there questions on site? Victor, if you could please stop sharing, then we can...
Yes, someone wants to ask a question.
Okay, Victor, please stop sharing then so I will consider the on-site location. Yeah. So, okay, we are listening. The on-site location. Is there a question on site?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Victor. You've done a good work. Congratulations. My question is this: given the challenges you have, put across to us, I was thinking that the evolutionary relatedness of organisms, whereby phylogeny should have been able to say how related is what you put out and what is already there, so that you should be able to use phylogenetic analysis to see how distance what you have on ground from African soils from what is somewhere else. But maybe because you don't have a way of getting samples from that side, maybe that one may be a challenge. Then that brings the second question. Is there no third party that resolves what is there sent to the database repositories to resolve all these challenges, so that not everybody puts in anything in the international repository database, which creates this problem you're talking about? I hope my question is enough. Thank you.
All right, I think the first question is that can't we use phylogenetic analysis to resolve that? Of course, you can find the relationship between organisms using phylogenetic analysis. But the point I'm trying to make is that what you're comparing will still be what is already deposited in the gene bank, and they are not originating from, most of them are not originating from indigenous sources. In fact, we realized that it's just recently that people have started doing a lot of sequencing work on plants in Nigeria, and I'm hopeful that it will still be across West Africa. So that challenge is a problem, because it's only what you deposit in the gene bank that you can compare with. Yes, we can find the relationship between what we have and what they have. But I'm saying in terms of classification, in terms of identifying properly what we have, it's only will be possible if we have already done home genome sequencing of our own indigenous plants. So if we don't have enough sequence database that have originated from Nigeria or from West Africa, then it becomes a challenge to compare and get the true identity of what is available. All right, so for the second one that you asked regarding, all right, yeah, there's a third party, of course. You don't just submit something to GeneBank. When you submit, that's even why I was telling you that when you're trying to get a session number, because when you submit something to GeneBank, they have to cross-check, do all the duration, and be sure that what you're sending is correct. So when that happens, then they will return it with an accession number. So they regulate, but of course, even when you're regulating, you're still not going to be able to stop somebody that is sending from abroad and stop somebody from comparing what is abroad. So the major thing is not about regulation. I'm not too familiar with ethical and all that, but my own interest in this presentation is that sequences that are in the gene bank are mostly originating from outside Africa and outside Nigeria. And that makes classification and identification very difficult for us.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Victor. So I think you've explained it. I would actually encourage the professor who asked the question. We wrote a Nature paper, which I was the first author and drove it on all of this and some of the things that Victor is also talking about. So I would be putting it in the chat. I did put it in the chat earlier on, and that also kind of have some of this information. And I do agree with Victor. I did my PhD in evolutionary biology, more of comparative genomics. So sometimes you have some variations, you have some being very divergent and stuff like that. And if it's not already there, then you are probably not going to find it, or it might be challenging for you to find it. And then you begin to see some high level of divergence, essentially. So which is why there is need for more data, especially from underrepresented taxonomic classifications, so that we can be able to get more similarity. So it's all about comparison. When you have more data, then you can compare. But quite recently, there are now AI systems that are being designed to be able to predict, even in new new, for instance, features. So that is now evolving. So potentially in the future, there could be that opportunity, but it's not that mature, essentially because the science there is still kind of still evolving, particularly. But in the meantime, what we do have is that there's need for more data and to be able to perform such similarity. And I think this topic is one that requires like full workshop because you can descend into so many things and so many models that can be used to perform the classification. And I must say that Victor has also presented, giving us so many information on this. There is a question. Do we still have anybody on site that have any more questions for Dr. Victor Ezebiro? Any more questions from the in-person participants? Okay, we're going to move to the online participants. Someone has a question. Is asking, Ayodeji Famogbele. He says, "Thank you for your presentation. I would like to know if your procedure could be used to sort out the concept of taxonomic complex in some species, such as eggplants." Victor, do you want to go for that? So I'm going to post the question in. Let me post the question in Zoom. So this is his question, which I also quote. So he's saying that if your procedure could be used, mainly, what you are describing now, could be used to sort out the concept of taxonomic complex in species such as eggplants. I think maybe
Sure.
if I okay, go ahead.
Yes, I think what he just asking if we can still apply what we did to rice, cocoyam, and the rest of them on also eggplants. Sure, it can be applied. We've tried to isolate some DNA and try to identify them from different plants. I'm not sure we haven't worked on eggplant, but I doubt that it will be a challenge.
Yeah, so just to also support that, Ayodeji, you can use it for anything. You can use it to look at classification, like even the Omicron variants or any even mpox and things like that, as Professor Happy demonstrated yesterday. You can use those techniques to actually differentiate whether this is a new class, this is a new species, or this is a new variant. So it's kind of, it works on a way of like a family tree. So with that, you can kind of check that. And I'm hoping that someone will take up this challenge and perhaps in the next workshop, organize a practical phylogenetics workshop. How do you construct phylogenetics? How do you create maximum sequence alignment and stuff like that? And how do you kind of multiple sequence alignment and things like that? Okay, thank you, Dr. Victor Ezebiro. In the absence of any further question, we'll go to the last presentation. And before we go to the vote of thanks and maybe anything from the on-site participant. And the last presentation will be Professor Julian Osiji and myself. So I will speak last to kind of talk to us where we are, how we started this workshop, and where we are on this. So I will be sharing my slide. So Professor Osiji and I will be speaking from the same slide. And then, because that will help us speed things up. And so I'm just going to get the slide now and share from my end. Actually, so I'm just gonna give me a moment. Trying to get the slide, and then I'll share.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, Prof, I can hear you. I'm just trying to get the slide and share. So if you give me 30 seconds, I should be able to do that.
Okay, please, while you are doing that, is it possible to call on the Vice Chancellor of Claration University to read his goodwill message?
Okay, so you want us to do it first, or we want to do it last, or is it because of he needs to leave? Prof, does he need to leave? Because I don't think you can do it last.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
That's great.
So because of, so just give me a moment. So I found the slides, so I'm just gonna okay, I'm just gonna share it.
Yes.
Now.
Yes. Can I share from here?
Don't worry, I got it. I got it. All right, can you see it?
All right, thank you, everybody. You're welcome to this presentation. This presentation is on the Africa BP Open Institute Fellowship, which is targeted at building the next crop of African biodiversity genomics scientists. And it's myself and Dr. Tangod that are making the presentation. Next slide, please. All right, thanks. We all know that Africa is a place that's rich in biodiversity. The genetic bedrock for building sustainable and climate resilient ecosystems. The ecosystem supplies us food, promotes good health, offers alternate and clean sources of bioenergy, buffers the impact of climate change, and supports livelihoods. Loss of this biodiversity has far-reaching and damaging effects on all life forms, our environment, and livelihoods. Next slide. Right, Africa BP, which was established in 2021 with a goal of sequencing 100,000 genomes of plants and animals in 10 years, thereby generating approximately 203,000 gigabases of DNA sequence data. Considers that the best approach is to support the sequencing and analysis efforts on the continent. Hence, there is a need to develop and empower African scientists to do this. Next. Africa BP and the quest of knowledge empowerment. To get this done, we have 4 layers of our target. First is to exploit the knowledge exchange target of consortium. We have the technology development, knowledge exchange, and industrial grand challenge. We have other grand challenges, but for this grand challenge, we are using it through the Open Institute for Genomics and Bioinformatics to drive capacity building. One way we are doing this capacity building is through workshops. We have 2 layers of workshops. One we organize through the center, anchored by the pilot committees and the steering committees. The next one is workshops through regional nodes. We know that Africa has 5 regions. So each region has a coordinating center. And from that center, a workshop is done once a year. This is the one for West Africa for 2024. And through this Open Institute, we have regional workshops, we have fellowship programs. We had the graduate fellowship, which favors graduate students. We have also added another one, which is Young Leaders Fellowship, which is targeted at training young lecturers and even students, but those who are gainfully employed. The idea is to add value to their services to their institutions. We get these things achieved through international exchange fellowships. Progress. The fellowship has a tripartite structure. The structure contains the Africa BP as the major coordinating part. Then you have African institutions and the partners. The African institutions are academic institutions like universities that actually partner in AfricaBP to drive this initiative. The partners are universities outside Africa and corporate bodies which join us to support us to drive the fellowships. Progress, please. The partners each has responsibilities. AfricaBP's responsibilities here is as a coordinated plan, Pan-African effort to build capacity, generate, analyze, and deploy genomics data for the improvement and sustainable use of biodiversity and agriculture across Africa. The partners promote homegrown and regional research networks for human capital development in Africa, especially through partnerships and research network of higher institutions. The partners are funding home tuition fees and research students to study in tertiary institutions. They recognize the capacity of Africa BioGenome Project for assessing regional students in biodiversity genomics and commit to joint calls for fellowship. Progress, please. At the moment, we have 2 fellowships already out. What you see here is a flyer that called for the first fellowship for students. And these people are supposed to go to Mohammed VI University in Morocco for 2 weeks to get involved in sequencing of plants, chosen species, and they will get the work done. I think Dr. Tangod is going to talk more on that. Then we also have this other one that is for genomics leaders. He will also talk more on that. But then we have the coordinating nodes of African BP regional, call them regional nodes. University of Port Harcourt, coordinating West Africa. University of South Africa, coordinating Southern Africa. Jomo Kenyatta University, Kenya, coordinating Eastern Africa. Mohammed V University in Morocco. And then 20 other institutions in Africa. These institutions must have either participated in hosting a practical session for any of the workshops, or they will have actually hosted the workshop. These are the 2 conditions for universities to participate in these fellowships. And when you get here, it's Mohammed VI University in Morocco that is hosting the 2 weeks fellowship. And then the University of Illinois Carl Arwood Institute is hosting the Young Leaders, Genomics Leaders Fellowship. Dr. Tangod talk more on that. Progress, please. The African Biodiversity Fellowship for Emerging Genomics Leaders 2024 is actually drawing applicants from the 5 regions of Africa: West, Southern, North, Southern, West, East, and Central. These applicants must be African nationals. They must be affiliated to any organization or institution among those that have participated in our practical sessions or hosting our workshops. They must have relevant experience in molecular biology, genome sequencing, assembly, annotation, bioinformatics, sample collections, and our ethics. These are some of the things required, that are screened through the application process. And these are the things that actually make people, one person selected and others not. The relevant experience is there. And at any stage in their career, they could be students, they could be lecturers, even professors, they could be industrial professionals, NGOs, and all that, provided the cells and the institutions meet the enabling criteria. Progress. Now, to justify the partnership, 4 conditions are there. First is generate sequence data. Any fellowship participant must participate in generating sequence data and contribute to knowledge and technology transfer. Provide support for bioinformatics and genomics capabilities. Leverage on already established partnerships. These justify participation of an institution or an individual in the fellowships. Progress, please. Objectives of the partnerships are to produce at least 20 beneficiaries in biodiversity, genomics, agricultural, medicinal, industrial, raw materials, genomics, ethics, policy, and social issues associated with genomics, bioinformatics, and digital sequence data, and then sampling and biobanking. So far, we've had some. I think Dr. Tangod will talk more on that. The responsibilities have different layers. We have responsibilities for home institutions of prospective fellows. We have responsibilities of selected fellow. We have that of AfricaBP. For instance, the home institution of the applicant must have organized any of the 2023 AfricaBP Open Institute regional workshops, hosted any of the practical sessions, or whose poster adverts to do so in 2024. That this present workshop, any institution that participated in this process is eligible to participate in these fellowships. For the prospective fellow, the applicant, if he's selected, he must apply for the fellowship on AfricaBP website, arrange with their home institution for nomination, and provide a letter of support from the home institution. We must identify African organizations and all that. So these responsibilities are there as I expected, as I said earlier. So we have the funding structure like African institutions or centers of excellence. They will provide home tuition fees, accommodation costs, research and living expenses. And then African partner entities will bear the cost in countries of affiliation, research, accommodation, and living expenses for the period of stay away from home institution. Next, please. Expected outcomes for fellows. At the end of the fellowship, the fellows should be competent in one or all of the following. Develop curriculum for genomics and or bioinformatics programs in their various institutions across Africa. Develop research programs in genomics and or bioinformatics in their various institutions across Africa, and develop leadership in genomics and or bioinformatics needed to set up and drive the proposed AfricaBP Open Institute Centers of Excellence in biodiversity, genomics, and bioinformatics. Next. Expected outcomes of the, okay, I think my time is up. So I think Dr. Tangod will take over. But here you've seen them listed. So Tangod, you can go ahead. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Professor Otsuji. I'm just gonna, because I need to do some tracking. I need to check some tracking. So what I'm gonna do now is that I'm going to open it in a different PDF reader so that I can be able to do some tracking. So just give me a moment, please. Just give me a moment. The PDF document is opening because I need to kind of show a few things. Okay, I got it open now. Okay, so I am going to share my screen. I need to share my screen. Okay, can everyone see my screen, please? If you can see my screen, just comment in the chat box so I know that people can see. Okay, people say they can see. Okay, thanks, Professor Julian, for taking us through the AfricaBP Open Institute. So the University of Port Harcourt organized the first regional workshop last February. And there were some discussions that came up from that. And then after the workshop, we went to Southern Africa, went to Eastern Africa, and then went also Northern Africa. And two discussions came out from the regional workshops last year. And there were so many outcomes, but what I'm going to discuss today is mainly like some of the discussions. One is the fellowship. So as I mentioned previously, we were able to secure 15 fellowships. And those 15 fellowships are divided like into two. And so I'm going to talk about that. But just as a bit of a summary, this diagram here shows the countries of the registered participants for the workshop last year, the one that we organized in 2023. So I'm just gonna kind of I'm trying to find how to. Yeah, I'm trying to draw actually. So we have like participants from Southern America, then also from Africa, and we'll have participants from Europe who joined, and of course from the US as well. So in total of 200 and a total of 80 countries rather participated, as you can see, people registered participants from these countries, and out of this, 49 countries from Africa participated. And I'm going to talk about the only place we didn't get people was Australia or Australasia. So now, last year, as I mentioned, this workshop, the first workshop was in February at the University of Port Harcourt. 10 industry partners were involved in the workshop organization, because how we deliver this workshop is through public-private partnership. And then 27 African organizations, mainly institutions. And for the Southern Africa, we have like 6 practical sections. Each of this one highlighted in green are practical locations. And these are the sponsors. Like the one is University of Pretoria was sponsored by Oxford Nanopore and Diplomics. At the Agricultural Research Council in South Africa was sponsored by MGI Tech. Then when we go to Mohammed V University in Morocco, there were around 10 participants. And of course, we have the sponsors here. And in INRI, we also have the same. And of course, the workshop at the University of Port Harcourt in February was the first workshop. So, and there were a lot of learnings. As you can see, there weren't a lot. And then we then moved on to re-engineer the model. And that then gave us what we see here today. Now, looking at this, one significance of the workshop basically is that there were around 300 and over 3,700 registered participants on the workshop. This diagram kind of shows the bar chart, so here now, out of this 3,000, more than 3,700, 1,374 registered for the East and Central Africa, 1,211 registered for the Northern Africa, and of course, 1,150 registered for the Southern Africa. Just as I mentioned again, only 53 registered for the West Africa, because due to the learnings from here, we then be able to re-engineer things, and as you can see. And one significance of this workshop is that just as Professor Christian Happy mentioned, the issue with Africa sometimes is like travels, right? Now, when you organize workshop at the regional level, you tend to increase participation. So this plot is called an offset R plot. Usually you use Python to generate it, or sometimes you can use R. Out of this 1,374 participants for East Africa, 1,117 did not attend any other workshop outside East Africa. So as you can see, they are the only ones here. They did not attend any other workshop. So the same thing for North Africa. Out of this 1,211, 978 did not attend any other workshop outside North Africa. And for Southern Africa, out of this 1,150, 835 did not attend any workshop outside Southern Africa. So, and what this tells us is that when you move closer to the region, you are able to promote regional integration and increase participation, particularly. And of course, for the West Africa, there weren't a lot, again, due to the re-engineering. So I'm hoping that this workshop will help solve that. Then one of the things we agreed in the workshop is mainly we have this, again, where we have written all of this. Again, you can also find it, and hopefully it will be online soon, the manuscript, the paper. About 3,700 registered participants for day 1, day 2. And then when we took a count, we'll have at least more than 2,574, mainly just taking a rough count. And we built capacity for over 400 participants on day 3 to 5. And day 3 to 5 is what we are doing today, from tomorrow now up to Friday. And we can see how coming together, we're able to scale things. Have one lab can just do 10 people, but when we all come together, do it like across each region, then each region will be able to get things. So one thing that came out of the workshop was fellowship. So we at the first regional workshop in University of Port Harcourt, we had the discussion for the fellowship, and that AfricaBP then worked with other partners to come up with the leadership fellowship, and we'll be awarding about 4 or 5 over the next 3-4 weeks. And those candidates will spend 1 month in an African institution and then 3 months in the United States. And they would only be persons who have positions in institutions that have actually participated in a practical workshop. So, and then we also have the fellowship to perform genome sequencing in Morocco. So, and our prediction is that we want to be able to have around 50 fellowship in a year. So far we have 15, with another 10 coming. So I mentioned about the potential plant genome fellowship. So far we have just half of what we expect. And this will be short-term and residential fellowship between 2 weeks to 3 years. But so far what we've had is like 3 months, 4 months. Then where we want to go is here. We want to go here, whereby we can be able to get fellowship, long-time fellowship, 3 to 5 years for early career group leaders, and people can set up their labs in terms of for genomics. And of course, we want to be able to get professoriate chairs. And ultimately, during the workshop last year, again, discussions came up about how AfricaBP could help with the storage databases across the continent of Africa. I think those are some discussions, and I think we are looking into this, and we call this the African Digital Sequence Information Data Bank for Biodiversity and Agriculture. So hopefully, by the end of the year, we should be able to talk about progress on that discussion. So I think with this, I would like to thank us all. So we can see just in 3 slides, where we are. So please feel free to be on the lookout for our paper on the progress and things. And yeah, we'll be able to. I'm sure you can be able to read more things on this. So with this, Professor Osuji and I would like to answer any question you may have, and before we have the vote of thanks and others. Professor Osuji, do we have any question from online or on site?
All right. Please, if you want to ask your question, can you come forward, please? Okay, Professor, go ahead with your question.
Thank you. Professor Tobias Ezejiofor from the Department of Biotechnology, Federal University of Technology, Owerri. Yes, I think Providence has it that I will eventually get answer to this question because it has reverberated again. Is it Professor Mugai also made presentations, and I made effort to add these questions, but connectivity issues prevailed. I couldn't sail through. Thank God the current presentation is on the same theme. So it calls about these fellowships. Now I see that Mugai said something talking about fellowships, talking about early career. And I was trying to, and again, shipping the conditions around relationships already built in terms of institutional collaborations, MOUs, and the likes. And then the question is, for those of us who, like for instance, I'm a medical laboratory scientist, the public health man, environmental health man, I read around all those areas, but I didn't start career in the core biotechnology. And finding myself in the Department of Biotechnology, I was forced to start researches from self-development, like conferences like this, to get to where we are today, to become a professor of biotechnology and toxicology. Now, there is a gap that is yearning for filling, and that is these technical skills, like we are talking about today. And then when you say that I'm not quite an old man as such, but definitely I'm not a young career person. Therefore, I still need, maybe I'm still young at heart and requires to do whatever it takes to acquire these skills in order to be very, very relevant. I train bachelor's and master's PhDs. So no one gives what he doesn't have. So I'm talking for people of our type who are there, already arrived as senior lecturer to professors, and you say you're limiting the chances of fellowships to this young career, early careers. You mean you are now edging out a significant section of the academia who should train these people you're actually trying to train. So we need to be given ample opportunities or chances to participate, not limiting it to, I mean, it's kind of edging us out. Unfortunately today, I see what they call leadership training. Still, the chances are few, and it still goes back to fundamental qualification, which is institutional participation in previous collaborations or previous arrangements, conferences or workshops. Now, you can see me coming to this conference today is by chance. I was in Malaysia last year, 2023, August, and one of the ladies, the University of Technology Malaysia, one of the participants in that workshop happens to come from Morocco. Now, this same lady now haven't formed a family or a community of those participants in our WhatsApp group. Now have to post every opportunity, like all of us, any opportunity you post in that platform. She posted about this genome sequencing something in that platform. And that is how I knew about this thing. Meanwhile, I'm at the backyard of Port Harcourt, Puto, here at Owerri, with no knowledge of such. You can see. So what I'm saying, let me make it brief, is that if you limit it to previous participation, Puto, for instance, have not been given opportunity to either host or collaborate. Maybe you don't have a focal person there. Maybe you don't know people like us exist there. You have now said everybody in Puto will not have any chance of fellowship because they have not collaborated, they have not participated, they have not sponsored. Meanwhile, it is not fault of theirs due to not being informed. So I think there's need for a real extensive reach out to institutions. Let them know. Some of them don't know. I'm a professor of biotechnology, but I don't know this type of things. Except for that Moroccan, I wouldn't have known. So I have courtesy of that. I now started participating, and that's how I got to know about this. And I saw this one online, I applied. So please, I'm asking the leadership of this forum to really do something, open the doors widely so that the inclusion will be enlarged, and for us to really get the founders who will train the people we are looking for. And then the young people, being the owners of tomorrow, should now be equipped by their fathers of today. I think I put it as
thank you.
Here.
Thank you, Prof. So I'm just gonna, Professor Osuji, do you want to go for it, or should I?
Yes, let me just take
okay.
This one. Yeah, Prof. Thanks. We are very much appreciative of your comments. Yeah, if you listened to my presentation, you would have heard that we started this fellowship process last year, and it started here in the University of Port Harcourt when we hosted our very first workshop. Because University of Port Harcourt Center of Excellence, Worldwide Center of Excellence in ACE C4, or field research, wanted to offer scholarship to some persons of AfricaBP that are interested. And we've driven that process. But the actual thing started when Mohammed VI University offered funds for training of some persons. And the category was those who are in the student category. And there was an application, it was announced, and it was circulated far and wide. Those who were interested applied. It's possible some didn't see it actually, but gradually things will continue to spread out, people will know more. But that also depended, the number of people that fellowship covered depends on the fund available. Then the next fellowship that took off is the one that is majorly sponsored by University of Illinois, Carl Woese Institute of Genomics, for genomics. And they have limited funds for 5 persons. And the application had gone out. And for the first one, we had more than 1,300 applicants. For the second one, we had almost 700 applicants. And those are young, mostly young lecturers. And we might also have an interest group, some people with funds that are ready to commit it to training of senior academics, senior lecturers and professors, as we spoke or talked about. And it depends on the fund available to them and their interest in sponsorship. If they want to train the trainer, update the senior academic with up-to-date information that will empower him to give the younger breed better information, then such people can come to fund and we will advertise as appropriate. Our fellowships depend on the sources of funds that come to us. And the person raising the fund determines who the fund covers. Prof, did you get me?
Yeah.
All right.
So, Professor Julian, let me add to that. So, Prof, the professor that asked the question, you're right. Basically, with your observation, and it's a difficult challenge for us because when you have limited funds, the question is how do you make use of it? And AfricaBP is a project, it's a network of institutions coming together, negotiating with funders, negotiating with people, and then working with African institutions to be able to create that opportunity for people. We aim to be far-reaching. That is one of the mandates of the AfricaBP. But in doing so, we need to start somewhere. And in starting down somewhere, we need to start somewhere, whether in career and other aspects. If you remember from my slide, I made mention on the progress we are making. So let me just, I don't know if I can still share my slide. I hope I can still share. Okay. So this slide. So if you look at this slide, I made mention of the progress we are making. So first of all, this is just to mention that AfricaBP is just around 3 years old. So just for you to know, even though we kind of made some huge progress on this. Now, this is the registered participant. This is the workshop we organized today, yesterday and today. This progress is based on last year, and it will just be slightly the same format, going forward. From this, we had 3,788 participants, close to 4,000. From Wednesday to Wednesday, and of course, of that, the question is how many people, because normally we take stock, we'll take stock, on site and also online. Then out of this 3,000 that registered, nearly all of them want to also register for both day one and the practical, but we cannot train all 4,000, again, due to funds, but we were able to train 400. So I must say that I was speaking with someone the other day and they said we trained 400 and they were surprised. How can you train 400 in 12 months on the African continent, right? So, but we're able to do that through multi-partner collaborations, which I believe create scale, right? So now, the question now, as you can see now here in this one, we don't put any criteria, whether you are PhD, MSc, anything. In fact, here is just if you are selected, you go. You don't have to even belong to any institution that collaborates. And that is for this day 3 to 5. But this is very short because it's just 3 days. The essence of this one here is not to make you an expert in genomics or bioinformatics, but it is to provide a fundamental exposure to this concept. And I mentioned previously that there are people who have been in this discipline for many, many years. And it was through our workshop in South Africa that one of the ladies said that she has been sequencing genomes for a while. But it is now, by attending a workshop in South Africa, she's now able to connect the theory that she learns into practice. And another mid-career scientist said that all the time she comes, she's like, oh, I have excess amount of money. I want to buy excess equipment from this genomic company. But after the workshop, she realized that that is not how things work. And as Mercy Peter pointed out, and I think that is the importance of this, and of course of this one. But as we go down this last tree here, this is now where we think that things will work. So first of all, for professors, we are looking at having professorial chairs. For some of us, in West Africa and other corporations, most companies have professorial chairs in X and Y, right? We're in discussions to say, okay, how can we have professorial chairs? And I think the professor that asked this question, this is where you will probably fall into. So it's not that we are not pushing aside a particular career, but what we're trying to do is, where can we have quick wins, and then we move, as you can see from this arrow. Now, we're also having discussion to increase the early career, right? So, and with this early career, it's not going to be on, the criteria will evolve, but it's not going to be like the leadership one, whereby it's going to be mainly people that are organizing. But the leadership one will focus on organizing people that have participated, the institutions that have participated. The reason is this: the biggest problem on the African continent is that we build capacity, but the capacity is never fed back into the institution. You see someone who is from University of Port Harcourt or from whatever university on the continent, they are a lecturer, and then they are given opportunity, maybe they are teaching, and then they say, okay, you're going to give back to your university, and then the person leaves, and then leaves the university desolate, and no impact, it doesn't contribute back. For instance, there are institutions in our Nature paper, which I was the first author, and I drove it. One of the challenges, again, in bioinformatics is that, like, over the past 10 years, there has been like huge capacity building of over 4,000 bioinformaticians. But what happened? They all left the African continent. They all left their institutions. If you ask them, they tell you, oh, there is no support, there is no institutional support, there is no ability to take it back, and there is no employment to kind of keep doing what they are doing. So we now came up, we said, okay, what we're going to do is that we'll focus on training those who have employment in the university. So because the funds are limited, the opportunities are limited, we need to look at just one way that we think we can actually make impact. And we believe that, okay, if we focus on people who have at least permanent employment, or those who actually are in the process of that, or being employed with the institution, then that would actually help to when they finish up, then they can return and continue the collaboration. So that may not end the whole problem, Prof, but at least it may mean that they have a platform to continue to deliver it. And of course, given that we have this regional workshop every year, it also means that they have a platform such as the Regional AfricaBP Open Institute to be able to deploy what they've learned, for instance, in the US or Europe, anywhere, to deploy it and practicalize it and exemplify it. So I don't know, Prof, if that is quite explanatory for you.
Yes, Doc, I got you clear, and I've been educated sufficiently. Still, perhaps towards the last version of your explanation, I might need some clarification on, I see the responsibility sharing when it comes to who goes where to do what, the role for the institution and the role for the fellow to be. Mm-hmm. In that case, you said one of the things shared by Professor Suji says home expenses. There's a role for home expenses by home institution. And then there are away institution expenses by the away institution where the fellow will be undergoing the training. Can you please clarify? I was thinking if you give somebody fellowship, why reasonably from the explanation there, the African BP will bear all responsibilities of being maintained there, as well as the tuition and all whatnot.
Yeah.
Those are of the institution you mentioned. How come the home is also bearing? Because part of the problem we have in this way is that most times home institutions are finding it difficult to give sponsorship. Anything that does not come from TED Fund, you're on your own. So, and TED Fund, they make it such a stringent thing. You write it up, they say it's done. You write it down, they say it's up. At the end of the day, you don't access that fund. So, of course, they pay your salary, and then anything else is on your own.
Yeah. So, Prof,
so how do you come about this?
Yeah. So, Prof, you're right. You're definitely right. One of the things in AfricaBP is that we try to do things quite differently. So, which is why we took up the responsibility that we need to sequence African genomes on the ground. Because for far too long, we've had situations whereby things, the question is, we just want to reverse how things are done. And in response to your question, the biggest problem the continent of Africa has is that we always look for funding outside the continent. So it's a big problem. Then what happens is that you are kind of told what to do, how to do it, and things like that. And we believe that institutions at the institutional level should be able to make contributions, no matter how small. In fact, you will see it in our recent publication that will be out soon, no matter how small. And that is how we've run AfricaBP. To give you an example, the workshop we've organized today, the University of Port Harcourt provide the venue. That is a contribution, right? Even though AfricaBP, through its partners, is able to support, but we make sure that when we work with institutions, they provide support, whether in-kind support or financial. Like in other regions, we have the institutions taking up the expenses for everything. Even AfricaBP does not have to make anything. So we have that in other institutions, and most institutions want to do that because they feel that the project gives them the opportunity to make inroad into the African continent. So for us, we are trying to reverse that. You heard Professor Happy yesterday that is like, for instance, in his lab now, you have people, coming from outside, even from top universities to be there. So for us, and I didn't, when I started AfricaBP, I wasn't thinking, it's not basically, it's just that it's now coincidental as well that this is what AfricaBP is doing in terms of, how do we just try to reverse it. And in this case, for us, when we look at the fellowship, like the leadership fellowship we have now, is 1 month in Africa, in a genomic center, or 3 months in the US, and 3 months in the US. So the reason why we want 1 month in Africa is this. We have, most of the time, you have fellows who go outside the continent, get trained, then they return back. They don't know that there is a good facility like the Christian Happy's laboratory in Ede, Nigeria. And they don't know that there's the International Livestock Research Institute. And they don't know that there's the African Genome Center. There's like other institutions where you can also get this facility. And that begin to make me think that one of the biggest problems on the continent is usage and leveraging onto existing facility and resources. If we can maximize that, that would help build the ecosystem that Dr. Tangod Ewe talked about. Because if you don't use it, then the people involved in the business will not be supported. The people involved in the science will not feel as if that they are fulfilled or as if that they are supported. You get my point? So that is why we believe that the institution should make contribution, no matter how small, and that is why the University of Port Harcourt is providing this venue. For us, they've also provided a staff. They've done things. In other institutions, AfricaBP does not do anything. So we work with institutions based on what they can provide, but we always say, please do something, because in Africa, the biggest problem we have is that we always look out for international funds, and then international funds tell you how to do this, how to do that, how to do all of those things. And then we don't also try to provoke action, either through the entrepreneurial ecosystem or through at the national level. So I hope this explains to you why we believe that this should happen. And for the 1 month, expenses, for instance, that the fellow will do in Africa is straightforward. That they would still be on salary with their institution. That's one. And if, for instance, the Genome Center is in Ghana, the institution should fund the trip to Ghana and the accommodation. If it's in Nigeria, in Ede, and the staff is in Port Harcourt, then those can actually be solved, because these are like things that the institution should be able can do, or even the fellow, because that ensures that they're able to kind of contribute to that. But I do agree with you that one way to do is to fund everything. But again, that also, both ways have their own challenges, I must say. I hope this clarifies things, Prof.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Dr. Oke Philip. I am a veterinarian and I lecture in Federal University of Agriculture, Makurdi. I am the acting head of department, veterinary parasitology and entomology, and my area of specialty is arthropods of importance, precisely flies. I've been working with mosquitoes and some other closely related insects. If I could understand the essence of this gathering, is one of it. One of it is that it will make us to be prepared for eventual outbreaks should it occur. It will help us to know the steps to take per time. In my PhD, I work with biting midges, and I happen to be the first person in Nigeria to deposit sequences in GenBank on this particular insect. But we know that anything that has to do with molecular study is financial involving. For instance, I have a lot of samples. My question is there space for us who have samples, talking about thousands of samples of engorged mosquitoes and related insects? If we must have their sequences, African-based sequences, is there space for some of us? For me to be available for this program, I have to take a lot of risk, travel distance to be able to come. Since it's the first time I'm coming, I want to know, is there space for us? I will not talk about the fellowship, but if you have your samples, because anywhere I go, I always collect samples. I went to Ghana, I have samples from Ghana, they are still with me, well preserved. Ghana happens to be one of the West African countries. If there is space for us, how do we get in touch? Thank you.
Yeah, please, I think that's a very good question. The biggest challenge, one of the biggest challenges in genomics is, can you hear me? So one of the biggest challenges in genomics is, access to samples and acquiring it. Professor Julian Osigi lays the plant aspect of things, and of course, you can link up with him on sample. And because we have partners, we work to be able to sequence your genomes and stuff like that. So definitely, yes, there is a space for you, especially if you are in the sample collection and processing domain. So Professor Julian Osigi is in the hall there. Please do get in touch with him. He will let you know how he kind of manages some of those things as well. Okay, do we have any more questions on site? Contribution, comments? Okay, how about online? Do you have more questions? Someone is asking, can individuals who graduated from university affiliated to AfricaBP benefit from the fellowship? So the current fellowship we have, the only one that has the criteria for having participated in the regional, having organized the regional workshop is the leadership fellowship, because we want to ensure that when the participants are awarded, that they return back to their institution and they have a platform like the regional workshops to be able to deploy what they've learned. So that they can't say that they don't have a platform to deploy it, because whenever the regional workshops comes around, they have a platform to deploy it. Then someone is asking, my question is, why in most of your presentations neglecting parasitology area, whereas parasites are very important pathogens that need to study, you dwell more on bacteria and viruses? Imran. So Imran, thanks for your chat. I must say that my first degree is in parasitology, so I know all parasitology, and of course I worked on an organism that is a free living parasite as my PhD. So first of all, it's not intentional that we omitted it. It's just that the presentations have kind of focused in that part, because this is not a parasitology workshop. But if you do, it's just that coincidentally, everyone who has presented, none of them is a parasitologist. So if you do have parasitology papers and things, please feel free to get involved. Then Eunice SL is asking, Prof is talking exactly about my concern. What happens to those of us who have just bypassed the early career stage and are involved in training? I think that some concessions should be made for this group to improve and update their skills. Prof Eunice SL is asking the same question as the prof on site. Just as I mentioned, the only fellowship that has that criteria is the leadership fellowship, because that is like a huge investment going into it, and it's important that we can demonstrate that would actually make huge impact. For the other fellowships, we don't have criteria. We don't have, in fact, at one point, someone asked me, can someone from secondary school apply? We actually had someone from high school or secondary school apply, but then they have to compete with every other person. So you can apply for other fellowships, and hopefully we're having discussions on professoral chairs and other opportunities. And those ones will again be able to take care of like the professoral positions, as I showed in my slide. Someone is asking, Binate, AfricaBP should find a fully found fellow for students fund. I'm not sure I understand that question, Binate. Then every other person's, Olufunke is also asking that middle career scientists and professoral chairs should also be given the opportunity. So Olufunke, the leadership fellowship is mid to early career. So you are free to apply, but again, we want to be sure that it will make impact. So this is the inaugural fellowship. So we need to be able to demonstrate that to make impact, and that people can, when they finish up, that they can use it when they return back to their institutions. Then Bakare is asking, how can a researcher in biochemistry field enjoy this fellowship? Well, so you just go to the website and have a look at the website, Bakare. Then I think that should you'll see some of the criteria, or just keep in touch with our mailing list and social media platforms. Nkang is asking, many of us got to know about this workshop late. I heard about it yesterday and network was too horrible. So I made adequate arrangement. Okay, I don't think he was talking about the presentation. He wants to know how we issue certificates. I mean, we did advertise it as much as we could. And since October, we've been advertising it. So even though we leave it for 2 years, then there's a chance not many people will still sign up. So are there more questions? Someone is asking if there's possibility to get direct funds from AfricaBP. So at the moment, we focus on fellowships and sequencing your species. So if you have species that is of interest to us, then we'll be able to sequence it for you where you don't have to make any expenses in terms of the sequencing. So we'll connect with our partners to do that. So, and of course, in the future, we should be able to have direct funding. And that is where the group leader positions we are talking about goes, where we can have direct funding for group leaders. And those group leaders could be early to mid careers. And of course, we can also potentially in the future have direct funding to professoral chairs, who can take all of this forward. So someone is asking if we have dedicated social media. Yeah, we do have. So I'm going to be pasting it right in the chat box much later. So I want to believe we don't have much question, and thanks everyone. So I'll go back to the control center and on the online section and for the vote of thanks and other aspects of the workshop. Over to you, Victor, please.
Question, sorry, please,
okay.
Moderator. Can I just perhaps the last?
Okay, please go ahead, carry on.
Yes. Because of the explanations given here today, I am having a thinking that maybe I might need to really organize, have some organization of this kind of thing within my institution. I'm asking, haven't come here and having an eye opener. I offer myself as a focal person. If I arrange my university, can the African BP be contacted to be resource persons, and then that's collaborate to give us in-house training?
Absolutely.
Is it possible?
Absolutely. So I would like to let you know that how we got with the fellowship that we got last year with the 10 fellows. It was very simple. I said African institutions who want to work with AfricaBP should let us know, especially in fellowships. And then, the funders then approached me. So I would say that we are happy to do that. Please get in touch with Professor Julian, who is our contact in West Africa, the regional node contact. He will let you know the process. If you need workshops and things, please do let him know. We have resource persons across the continent who can deliver this online. And if we do need, mainly we focus on, for things like bioinformatics, it can be done online. For things like wet lab, usually we work with our partners to do that, as we've seen. Particularly. So definitely, yes, that is the essence of the project, to work with institutions at the sub-regional levels.
Yes, apart from manpower, can there be aspects of funding support from this body, African BP?
Yeah, so
organization?
So usually what we do is that we would be able to identify our partners. First of all, we need to come up with a concept note. And it is your concept note will determine if we can be able to identify a partner that will be able to fund it. So
Okay,
for example,
thank you very much.
Exactly. For example, the leadership fellowship is the same thing. You know, when we came up with it and we were able to drive it. So the first thing is to come up with the concept note. We'll work with you to look at the concept note. And usually we get partners who want to work with us, and then we're able to match them with and link them up, you know, with institutions that have a concept note. And we usually encourage African institutions to let the concept note come from African institutions, because as I mentioned, there's need for Africa to kind of take the lead, and because that ownership has to be there, that responsibility has to be there. And that is the first step in innovation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And so maybe before I close, sorry, Victor, I will just announce, as I did the last time, if there are people, maybe through other areas that will want to work with AfricaBP and to work jointly to offer fellowships, again, please do feel free to get in touch with us, or any form of partnership. Feel free to get in touch with me or Professor Julian on stage. Thank you. And I would like to thank, I know we're going to have the vote of thanks, but I would like to thank the University of Port Harcourt, the Vice Chancellor, and all the whole university officers who have been working.
Hello? Hello? Oh, DVC. Let him use the link for the vote of thanks. Hello, Dr. Tango, can you hear me?
Yeah, I just wanted to specifically thank the university management for providing the support. So, and just to reiterate my point, that
please, the Vice Chancellor of Claretian University, we need to get his goodwill message before the DVCR and the will deliver the vote of thanks. He will do it virtually too. The Claretian University, the Vice Chancellor, will give his goodwill message. You may need to locate him so that he will be given he will be unmuted. I'll give him the right to speak.
What's his name, please?
Yeah, Claretian University of Nigeria.
And what's his name? Is he on Zoom now?
Yes, okay.
Is he on Zoom? What's his name? Could you please comment? What name is he joining with on Zoom?
The name is, you see, Claretian University of Nigeria. That's
there's nothing. It's not here. It's not joined. It's not online. So
okay,
please, if you're online, the Vice Chancellor of Claretian University, please comment in the chat box so we can unmute you.
Okay. Yeah. So the DVC R&D is going to join to deliver the vote of thanks.
Okay. What's his name, please?
It's
okay. I've seen him. I've seen him. Yeah, I've seen him. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. Okay.
Please unmute. I have just given you the unmuting request.
Am I okay now? Can
yes,
anyone
please.
hear me?
Yeah, you go ahead, Professor.
You can hear me. Okay. All right. Thank you. I can go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Everyone. A local planning committee of the 2024 West Africa training workshop on genomics, and the hosts especially appreciate all the speakers, trainers, exhibitors, and to the success of this event. despite all the minor issues that you experienced. Thank you all who have, in the past few days, acquired research skills in the area of genomics and bioinformatics. We urge you all to carry out quality research in genomic biodiversity and conservation. We want to thank all those who participated virtually and those who are involved in the decision to grant the University of Port Harcourt the hosting rights for this event. We are truly grateful to you and wish you all safe travels. Thank you so much, everybody, for making this happen in our university. And God bless you.
Thank you, Professor. Yeah, well, I must say we are also very thankful. On behalf of the leadership of the African BioGenome Project, I would like to thank you for the opportunity you've given to us to kind of disseminate this knowledge, working with all the partners, working with everyone. As you may see, majority of what has happened here has been by African scientists in partnership with our international partners, but then led from the front by Africans. And I think that is one of the things we aim to do, and which is why we are working with institutions like the University of Port Harcourt to host this, because we believe that this knowledge needs to be grounded in the university environment, as said previously by Dr. Ebe. And I think that is what we aim to do, and we'll continue to work. And thank you very much for everything, Prof.
Thank you, thank God. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So, Professor Julian, do we have the Vice Chancellor of Clarition on the call yet? Okay, Caleb, it looks like he's on the call now. He just messaged Vinci Mando. Okay, I'm just gonna find him. No, he's not on the call. Is it Caleb? Caleb? So maybe I can just unmute Caleb. Caleb, is it you?
Hello. Yeah, he's trying. I think because of the storm this morning, there's a lot of network issues around. So yeah, he has been trying to log on and deliver his message.
Yeah. So maybe I can just again thank maybe Professor Julian as well. We can just jointly thank the industry partners. Illumina, I think Illumina is there. So let me.
Yes.
Their logo is in the poster. Nkaba is here. They've supported the workshop, and the Kwame Nkrumah University in Ghana. They are hosting the MyAfroDNA. They are hosting the African Center of Excellence for Genomics of Infectious Diseases. They are hosting a practical workshop. So is the regional center in Port Harcourt. They are hosting, as well as the exhibitors as well, and Clarion University, who also provided support to this, and all the other organizers. There are so many organizers who put this, Victor, Blessing, Timi, Iwundu, Professor Iwundu, and so many others. So yeah, I think Professor Julian, you can just help us thank them. Yeah, that would really be great.
Yes, and in addition to that, we also especially thank Illumina that showed presence here apart from the presentations. Illumina had the posters, they did exhibition in Kaba, did also the exhibition. They shared a few things to people here. We are very grateful to them. We are grateful to our partners that actually identified with us in the process of this workshop. There are some that actually had indicated interest earlier on, but for certain reasons, they could not meet up. If you check the workshop documentation, you will see people like Thermo Fisher Scientific, you can see MGI and all of that. They had intended to be part of this, but they couldn't follow. They couldn't complete the process. And please, we are going to have from tomorrow to Friday, practical sessions running in a multi-locational pattern. In the University of Port Harcourt, those who applied to participate will be having the practical experience at the Regional Center for Biotechnology and Bioresources Research. It's somewhere at the entrance of the university. And those who are actually going to participate duly applied, were screened, and were selected based on the criteria, and they have been notified. Those who are going to be at the SGID Center at Ede, Redeemer University, they will also convene there from tomorrow till Friday to have their practical experience. My AfroDNA is also a lab in Port Harcourt here, and they have also selected from among those who chose to do the practicals with them, the ones that could come and do the practicals from tomorrow. We have practicals at Clarishan University of Nigeria. That is mostly on bioinformatics. So those who showed interest, they have also offered to cover a few persons. So we are grateful to Clarishan. They came a bit late in this regard, but they have shown so much enthusiasm and they promoting the cause of AfricaBP. We are very grateful to them. So tomorrow, the ones that we've actually notified about that will go to Clarishan's. That one specifically bioinformatics. And then there are some people also who go to, well, the Rivers State University indicated interest to support. But I don't know, but we are still grateful to them for at least showing interest. We don't know the bottlenecks that have come up, but we are grateful to everybody who is here, and we are hopeful that you made the best out of this workshop. Those who are not lucky to be selected for practical experience this year, here or elsewhere, because this place is coordinating for West Africa, they can apply again next year because these workshops come up once every year. Then there are some people that will be about to do theirs within Kaba. There are some people that will be in Kwame Nkrumah University, Ghana, to do theirs. You know, there are various locations in West Africa. And those who are going to do this, have these practical experiences in these places have been duly notified. So please, as Professor Eze had said, take the message to everywhere. The essence of Africa BioGenome Project is capacity building. Registration is free. Your participation is free of charge. And I am sure if you keep up with this, you will continue to update yourself on the latest technology involved in genomics and bioinformatics. Thank you, everyone who has spent time and data, for those who are online, and for you that are here physically, for making the effort to be here. And everyone else we are in Nigeria, West Africa, Africa, and beyond, participating in this event, we would say thank you very much, and thank you.
So thank you very much. So just to add, Professor Osoje, to everyone, please be on the lookout on our social media. The next workshop is happening in Nairobi, Kenya. So, and just be on the lookout, and that will be hosted by Professor Mugai, and it will be coordinated across East and Central Africa. Thank you.
Please, if you were selected for the practical workshop and you are around today, please, we would like to get your details before you go. I mean, if you got a separate mail that you were selected, please let's get your details before you go. Thank you.